Ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana, te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, tihei mauri ora. Morena everyone. Welcome to, what day is it? Thursday. Thanks to Miriana for stepping in for Megan, and good to see you back after your injury, and glad to hear you're healing well. I'm not glad to hear about how it happened. But it's nice to see you here today, and Megan is away on council business, as you imagined. We have attendance by electronic link. We've got Councillor Filipina, Councillor Turner. Who else was it?
Fletcher.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Newman. Right, sorry, I'm reading the wrong ones. A and B, and Councillor Foley. We don't need to pass those, but that's fine. We also have apologies for lateness from Councillor Winiata, Councillor... Yeah, Councillor John Gillen, Councillor Lee, Councillor Williamson, and we have absence from Councillor Bartley, and we also have early departure from Deputy Mayor Simpson, also Councillor Sayers, but I think we'll be, cross fingers, done by then. Can I have I'll move that, and Councillor Ferry will second. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Right, any declarations of interest? No, perfect. Confirmation of the minutes. Could I have a mover? Councillor Short, seconder. Councillor Burns, all those in favour? Any opposed? No. There's no extraordinary business, no petitions. There was a few requests of public input, but not for an item on the agenda, so they may choose to come at a later time. Also, there was a request to speak from the Henderson Massey Local Board. Deputy Chair Loader was coming to speak, but now it has been, she has other business that she has to attend to, so no one else was able to speak, but they were coming to speak in favour of the Aquatics Network business case. And now, do want to acknowledge, and I think there's a group of graduates, planning grads, coming to watch some of our meetings, so kia ora, and please say hello to your other colleagues as well. Hope we make however long you're here interesting, but feel free, there's a live stream, you can watch it like all night tonight if you want as well. But welcome, and thank you for being here. We're straight on to 8.1, the Aquatics Network Program Business Case. We have Emily, Carol, and Louise coming up, I think. If you just want to introduce yourselves, and I know there's a presentation. We've had lots and lots of discussions on this item, but we'll maybe just go through the whole presentation and leave questions to the end. But kia ora. Thanks, Louise.
Kia ora, Chair. We're just introducing this topic. I'm Louise Mason, General Manager for Policy. We have Carol Candler, our Senior Manager Community Investment Policy, who's leading this work, and Emily McLean, also from our team. We also have colleagues from both finance and also from Pools and Leisure behind us if they do need to help us with any of the questions. This report today follows on from resolutions that were made earlier by the Planning and Policy Committee to develop a business case around looking at the 30-year view or the future of aquatics in Auckland and to meet the growing needs over that period. It's very much a long-term view. We did do a progress report in 2025, and today we're bringing together some options for you to consider so that we can progress further work on affordability and funding tools to inform the long-term plan process. Our team here will go through those options for you. The decision today is to narrow down those options so that we can do further work, not to actually make decisions on specific pools or specific measures at this point. Obviously, in terms of looking at what service level is provided in future, that will be done through the LTP process and consultation as well. You'll see from this slide, we have previously presented the case for change, and that was reported to committee in February 2025, then giving us the direction to actually look at what we're presenting today, which is the Aquatic Network Program business case, and that is, as I said, giving a number of options and looking at narrowing those so that we can do further work looking at affordability. I'm now going to hand to Carol, who will take us through the options and the analysis that supports that. Thanks, Carol.
Thank you, Louise. Good morning, everybody. So at the core of the issue, the problem we're trying to solve is to provide more water capacity across the network to better serve Aucklanders. The work that we have done, and which is correlated by the work that Sports New Zealand has done in the New Zealand aquatic facility strategy, show that there are currently severe gaps in Auckland. And that translates in some communities being far away from any aquatic centre. So far away, we're looking at over 10 kilometres distance in urban areas. Some communities also facing overcrowded facilities with long queues and competing needs for water space. As Auckland grows, those gaps will increase in numbers, and the gaps are all over the network. We know we're expecting 600,000 new people over the next 30 years. That's why we're taking this long-term view of how the network could evolve. Importantly, demand is driven by lane and leisure swimming, and there's very little need for competition-type facilities. And so that's also what Sports New Zealand has found. And we also note, and that will be provided as part of the LTP package, that we have challenge in operating an aging network currently. So the renewal question will be presented to you in the next phase of work. So why are we taking a 30-year long-term network view? You'll be all aware that we have some facilities in the pipeline, and over the last 10, 15 years, we've had a lot of stop and go in the planning process, and that type of planning is expensive, but it's also disenfranchising for our communities who have high expectations, notably in the Faux and Flatbush. They've been waiting a long time and still waiting. So taking a long-term view just helps us to prioritize, look at different type of response, not just new build, but, and I'll go through the type of responses we're looking into. And that helps us prioritize and sequence the investment over a long term. Importantly, it also helps us put some of the costs back onto development and limit the impact on rates. So obviously, it's the level of services are more expensive than we normally or currently have budgeted for. But by taking a 30-year view, you're spreading the cost between the two key funding sources that this council has, which is rates and development contribution. So in looking at our responses, we have in front of you 4 different levels of service and 4 different levels of investment. We have taken a value for money approach, which is in line with the value projects principle. So means looking, really understanding the needs. So we've done very detailed modeling. We have a good understanding as to what's driving those needs, whether it's learn to swim, leisure, or lane water. We have 11 catchments across the region, and we have taken into account both the full provision, public and private provision, and looking at demand and participation rates across different age groups. We're looking at population growth as per the AGSV1, and so we have this helicopter view of where the gaps will be. And as I said, those gaps are very similar to what Sports New Zealand have found. So clear understanding of the gaps and clear understanding of where the priorities are. So we're taking an equity view by prioritizing investment where it's most needed, where the gaps are most acute. We're also testing value through a cost-benefit analysis, and in subsequent planning phases, when we do single business cases for those interventions, those value will be further tested. The right size investments we looked at in the past. When we looked at intervention, we really favored new build. This program business case takes a right size approach. So what the size of the gap and how we can fill them. If we fill them through improving the council facilities, it's better value for money. Using our education pools, better value for money. And so new build are effectively a last resort. We're also in the process of doing some work to standardize design, and we would also propose to bundle procurement to drive better price for council. So that's said, these are the 4 options that we have developed. I'll take a few minutes to explain what they are. So option 1 is the lower cost option, and option 4 is the highest level of service. They all build on one another, means that option 2 is additional intervention from option 1, etc., etc. So option 1 is delivering the 4 pools that are in our planning pipeline. So the 4 Flatbush, Northwest, and Drury pools, all of which are in the development contribution policy. So those go some ways in meeting the needs where we've got identified gaps, but they don't respond to the long-term needs across Auckland. The second option goes further by looking at, across the 11 catchments that we have defined, looking at gaps with over 1.5 facility. This option very much is about doing the most of what we have already. So we're proposing, in addition to those 4 new builds, some access grants, so partnership with education, 8 of them, some harbour pools, which I understand now there's money in the annual plan for, and also 3 new pool improvements, so council pool improvement, whether all weathering or expansion. So that's option 2. It does some ways in reducing deficits, but option 3 takes a wider coverage across the region, and it targets areas where there's deficit of 1 or more facilities. So in addition to all the options, all the interventions, in option 2, we have an extra new build up north. We have an additional access grant, an additional partnership pool, and 8 more pool improvements, so council pool improvements. And so this option goes quite some ways into improving capacity, water capacity across Auckland. Option 4, which we are not recommending, is the full deficit elimination, so basically meeting all demand. And as you can see, there's quite a lot of new builds proposed, so we're moving from 5 new builds to 11. And also an additional council pool improvement. So this is quite a significant capital investment option. So just give you a minute to look at those two options, which are the two options we are recommending after doing a cost-benefit analysis and multi-criteria assessment. So you can see that, first of all, some of the interventions are spread across 3 decades, especially in the option 3. And you can see also the type, the actual facilities that we have selected for intervention. The phasing of those interventions can be looked after depending on the decision today, because obviously if we spread some of those interventions more over several years, then the cost in the LTP would be lower. So that the type of things we could look into following today's decision. All right, so that's my last slide. The next step, obviously today we are asking you to narrow the number of options and support option 2 and 3 for us to go away and do more work. The type of work we are wanting to do is first look at what commercial model would be could be used to deliver the new build. So, for example, a lease model. We're doing a request for expression of interest at the moment. So, if we were having a third party building a facility and us leasing it back, you know, what would that look like for affordability? The second piece of work would be around sequencing of those interventions, you know, moving things from decade 1 to decade 3. What difference would that make? We would also work with finance on understanding the impact on interest and effectively on rates. And we would come back as part of the LTP process to provide that advice. So happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much. I know this is a huge body of work, but of course, everyone needs to remember this is the strategy that informs work to individualize projects, to get investment cases, to look at the trade-offs. This is setting up the work to make sure we've got robust information to move into this LTP, but also future ones. So thank you. I'm going to move, and I think Councillor Ferry's happy to second. There were just a slight change. We just removed the words option 1 because that's already locked in. So it'll just say deliverability of options 2 and 3. Obviously option 1 is within both of those. And then just a slight addition Councillor Ferry added, which is just new aquatic builds and improvements to existing facilities, because that's essentially what is being investigated. So we're just making sure that we're being inclusive of the full work, because there's not a lot of actual new builds in any of the options over and above the what's included. But okay, are there any questions? Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, kia ora.
Kia ora. Atamari, bon matin. I have a couple of questions on the gap analysis. So the first question is, sorry, I did write these things down. Oh yes, in terms of figuring out the demand, does your analysis take into account the prevalence of backyard pools in terms of predicting where demand may or may not be or grow?
No, it doesn't. So we looked at cancel provision and non-cancel provision of a certain size. We haven't taken into account proximity to a beach or prevalence of private pool. But yes, I know we have discussed that.
Yeah, so that was my second question. So this analysis also, the gap analysis also doesn't take into account proximity or accessibility of swimmable rivers or beaches. So it's fair to say that the gaps in some areas might actually be even more stark than what's represented by this analysis if they are in areas of higher socioeconomic deprivation and further away from swimmable beaches or rivers.
So the question of whether a beach is a substitute for a pool or a pool is a substitute for the beach is quite topical. Obviously, beach swimming is not all year long, and there's also a safety element. You can't learn to swim at the beach, so they have slightly different uses. But there's also, of course, an equity issue about accessibility to beaches. Similarly, you probably can't do too much lane swimming in a private pool because they're quite short, so they have slightly different function.
But it's fair to say that access to those two things will drive or reduce demand for public pool provision.
Well, we haven't got the evidence for that. But what we've looked at is how people use the council and non-council main pool provision across Auckland.
And it's probably also fair to say that the demand that we're registering in terms of how many people are visiting Westwave, say, is not including the many, many, many whānau who do not even attempt to go to Westwave, for example, because of how oversubscribed it is.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we have looked at participation rate across the region, and we know that Northwest and West have got lower participation rate, and we know that's driven by distance to an aquatic facility or queues, so barriers to access, basically. So that's there's a direct impact on those communities because of lack of provision.
And there'll be, as well, a disproportionate impact on families who face other barriers, such as maybe they don't have a family car. In my case, my family having many neurodivergent people in it, that essentially renders Westwave and the Mount Albert Grammar School pools completely inaccessible to us. Myself and my child would not be able to cope with that environment because of how oversubscribed they are, even though we both love the water. And we can drive. It's a 20-minute-ish drive to one and a 30-minute-ish drive to the other. We're very fortunate we have a car. But the oversubscription, because of other accessibility barriers that we face, has cut off that as an option. So that will be affecting demand to some of those more vulnerable communities as well, won't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks, all for now.
Thank you, Councillor. Kia ora, Member Wilson.
Morena, quite a comprehensive in terms of statistics that I'm still getting my head around. My partai is not dissimilar in terms of what the previous speaker has said. What I do note in the report is that there was commentary around equity. And I guess, given what we're looking at here, what work do you anticipate will go into furthering this, if this is passed, around the overlap of areas of higher Māori population or deprivation, because the equity claim hasn't been assessed yet in terms of the report. So what work would go into the notion of equity by way of not geography, but have you determined the higher levels of deprivation specifically for Māori?
Thanks for the question. So equity is a concept that pertains to every stage of planning and delivery of our work. So when we did the network review, we looked at accessibility for community of greatest needs. We found there was no correlation between high deprivation and lack of access. So some communities that might have high deprivation are well served, while others are not. So there's no real link. So that's why we're focusing at this stage of work, we're focusing on the highest gaps in provision. When we do more work at the next stage of development, then that's where we engage with our communities, including Mana Whenua, and we really try to understand the type of services that they wish to access in facilities and reflect the design around those needs. And then the service is also an equity issue. You will know that in the Southern Board, for example, there's free swimming through a targeted rate. So that's a way of addressing a cost barrier for some communities. So equity doesn't stop here. There's a lot of work being done on that.
Yeah, and the report was very good that it covered those aspects that you're talking about, but it did uncover that unusually, I guess, they have equal participation rates as Māori, highly unusual, but they have high access rates that they can't do that and use the pools for, I read all about that, that was great. So I guess I'm trying to translate that into, if you understand that clearly it's well used, but there are access barriers, which means that it could increase. What work will be done around that rather than looking at the business case in its own? The equity, as we all know, does cover a lot, but what is it that you'll be doing to utilise the facts that you have in your report to ensure that you're going to get the results to increase the participation, but understanding that how they use it is different? How will that configure into this program?
Is that something that my colleagues from Operation wants to comment on?
Just while we have our operational colleagues coming up, I think the point is a very pertinent one, and how we continue to look at that. As Carola said, in the next stage, as if this does proceed into the further work for the LTP, and we do look at consulting with mana whenua and other groups, that will also provide information for us to look at those equity aspects. We certainly do look at equity throughout this work. There are some challenges in terms of how we find the evidence and the facts and figures to support that, but through that process we're really aware this is something that we need to continue to look at.
Kia ora, and thank you. Ko Garth Dawson, Toka Ingoa. I'm the Head of Service Partner Delivery for Pools and Leisure. Our response to equity leads our direction in service delivery. So as part of my contribution to the future development of this policy is to look at how, on an operational level, we can respond to the equity challenges across the region by engaging with tangata whenua, mana whenua, and about what are the barriers and how we can resolve to improve access and participation in Māori and other communities of greatest need. It is a broad kind of all of council solution that we need to find. It's not just what are the services we offer in the leisure centres. As you've noted, it's transport options to get there. It's making sure that the services we offer are culturally appropriate and that we respect the different ways that services are used and loved by all of Aucklanders. And our direction around equity is that what is good for our Māori audience is good for everybody. So that's sort of our commitment to how we'll develop this in the future.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Kia ora. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There shouldn't be a surprise question here because I gave a heads up yesterday, but I know we didn't want to speak about specific pools, but it's quite conspicuous by its absence is any mention of the Warkworth area and the growth that's happening in the north. And I can't see it. I've got no idea, neither as a local board, about time frames around when it might actually feature at some stage. So, Warkworth's sitting is a growth satellite. The housing's happening now. The earthworks are continuing, even though there might not be the market demand. So we know it's coming in that area. So the community really wants to know, when might it come up on the radar? And probably, if it's helpful for the officers, the main driver is there's lots of beaches up around Warkworth, but it's not appropriate for swim coaches to be able to teach children how to swim safely at a beach. They need somewhere that's safe to be able to teach them to learn to swim. There are other needs, perhaps around disabilities and exercise for the elderly, but the main driver, my feedback is that it's around learning to swim, so they can go and swim at the beach or in a river and not drown. The closest pool at the moment, parents need to drive down to Silverdale, which is a private pool at Northern Arena, or there's a leisure centre, a council leisure centre at Stanmore Bay, which is again one way, is a 35-minute drive one way, and then they have to have their lessons, then drive all the way home. So it seems a little bit unreasonable. So I've got two questions. The first one would be, when might we see that potentially come up in the scope of a pool for Warkworth? Because it's missing from this review's findings.
Yes, thank you for the question through the chair. So if you look at the options under option 4, which is our comprehensive response to all gaps, there is a pool plan for Warkworth. Because although it's fast growing, it will remain a small satellite town in the grand scheme of Auckland growth. The demand driven by population growth is not as acute as other areas, so it's not prioritized in option 2, in option 3. So if you look at access for the Warkworth residents in option 3, there's a new pool proposed around Milldays Wainui, which is about 25 minutes drive from the Warkworth area. I think for more smaller rural settlement, as well as Waiheke, I think the best option would be either a partnership with education, or you mentioned through your advisor that there was a proposal from Northern Arena. So I think those two potential way forward would be the best options.
Okay, so probably just seek some advice. So should I be supporting option 4, right? So, which I don't believe the recommendation is reflecting. That's what it sounds like. Would that be a correct interpretation?
Option 4 is the one option which delivers across the whole of the region, and so leaves no gaps unfilled. And so that's where our workforce sits.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Chair, a second question would be around, again, I think I've given a heads up yesterday that I'll be asking this question, and that's to do with the Northern Arena, possible public-private partnership or some model like that. In Warkworth, there's a showground that's been built up there. Millions and millions of dollars of ratepayers' money's gone into providing sports grounds. Beside there, there's land available for actually, a swimming facility, aquatic facility, and the firm that operates the private pool out of Silverdale has gone and looked at that site and was prepared to build there in 2021. And on June the 11th, 2025, the Rodney Local Board was advised through a workshop that that was on an indefinite hold, and to the best of those elected members and my understanding, the reason for that was around connection costs being requested from Watercare to connect water to that site, which it was mentioned it was $1 million. Now, whether that can be confirmed or not, I'm not sure, but the business case then didn't stack up for this firm that wanted to come in and build one in a private capacity. So how do I get some momentum? Who can bring Northern Arena and Watercare together so I can get a decent debrief that I can share with the Rodney Local Board members about why that really hasn't happened? We don't actually know for sure why that has stalled, but it's a perfect example where cooperation between a council group, a CCO and a private enterprise could well get this across the line and provide a need up there and without the cost to the Auckland Council. So how is there somebody that could facilitate that, Chair? And get back to me?
Yeah, it's definitely could be looked at through the strategy process, but I think Mariana will, if you could send me just a, couple of lines, and Mariana will follow it up with Priyan from Watercare, someone in Pools and Leisure, and we can bring those people together just to check on the details, but also what's possible if there's actually a process, like what could unlock that, whether it's the future funding through our other grant funds or something. But Garth, do you have something to?
Thank you, Chair. I was aware of the Northern Arena project back in 2021. I didn't know why it had stalled, but yeah, happy to pick that up and see what we can do to move it forward. That would certainly help. As Carol said, sort of the partnership opportunities is definitely something that we're looking at for the sort of the Warkworth and Wellsford area. So something like that would be great, and it's something that we can probably explore through the Delivering Differently funding as well, to see if we can sort of contribute to solving that issue.
And just to add that Watercare has confirmed they have not received a proposal from a private commercial pool in the area and provided a name for a contact, and would be happy to support the process.
Oh, very good. I think this is probably more a fact-finding exercise and breaking some myths, because I just need the factual information. So I really appreciate the support that the council staff can provide, Chair. And I will certainly be sending that memo, and probably the sooner the better that we can get onto this and get something sorted for that Warkworth community. Are you taking comments yet, Chair?
No, we'll wait to the debate if that's all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll just try and stick to questions and then we'll move to debate fairly quick, but the questions are lining up. Councillor Gillen.
Well, thank you. My first question, I wanted to build on what Councillor Sayers has been talking about. So option 4 delivers some various facilities in the north. So my question is, what happens to those proposed new builds and expansions if option 4 is not endorsed here? Do they just get removed, or are they pushed out another decade? What happens there? So so option 4 includes 1, 2, 3, 4 new builds, 5 new builds and 2 expansions, including Takapuna in my area. So I'm just wondering what happens if option 2 and 3 are endorsed. What happens to those projects that are currently listed in option 4?
They do not proceed. They can be revisited at a later stage, but that's the prioritization is that prioritize areas of greatest needs and intervention that are better value for money. So less new build and more council improvement under option 3 and 2.
Okay, so that would include the one that's listed as Wellsford catchment, which is what Councillor Sayers was referring to. Okay. The Northwest Aquatic Centre is proposed to be built under option 1, and then it's proposed to be expanded in option 4 in the same year. So what's the deal there? Are there 2 different proposals for what's going to be built there, and we'll only get what's actually required if we endorse option 4?
So the Northwest Aquatics has been in the planning for some years. Obviously, it's a fast growing community. It's going to serve well over 100,000 people. So if we were to have a more comprehensive response, we could have a much larger facility in the Northwest under option 4. So under option 1, it would be built as a standard facility, which about the size of Albany, but with a proper lane pool. And under option 4, it would be much larger.
But what is actually required for the projected population increase in that area? I mean, are we going to be revisiting the expansion of it anyway, because it's just going to be overwhelmed?
Well, that's the whole premise of the business case, is about balancing, meeting all needs and cost and affordability. So there is an option, which is option 4, where there's no gap left unfilled. This option is not a realistic option for two reasons, because first of all, it's really high cost, but also the deliverability of 11 new build over 30 years would be very difficult for Auckland Council. So both in terms of the practicality and the cost, we do not recommend option 4, which is all needs met. So option 2 and 3 just go some ways in meeting the needs of Aucklanders for aquatic services, with option 3 having a broader coverage, but also taking into account the cost, the impact on development contribution and ratepayers. So it's it's a balancing act actually, and looking at what type of level of investment this council is comfortable with.
And are we definitely restricted to the 30 years? You couldn't put option 4 out to the following decade, so at least it's included and could be brought forward as if needed. I mean, I'm just concerned that if we adopt 2 and 3, that those projects under option 4, which will be needed at some point, are just gone.
I think philosophically it's a question as to whether you want to meet all needs or not, or whether you just expect to meet some of the needs, and that will do. That's good, corporate.
Okay.
And just to add to that, we've put 4 options in there for completeness so that you can see the comparison between them. As Carola said, taking a network view has tried to balance what future growth will be and needs against the fiscal constraints that council always has to balance. Obviously, a 30-year view, yes, we could go further, but this does focus on a 30-year view as being, that's realistic in terms of information. Obviously, over those 30 years, as things progress, that will continue to be tested as well too, to see, how viable the eventual options are. But it does take that regional network view. Obviously, we can't provide everything everywhere, so it is a matter of looking at some of those trade-offs as well.
Okay, I've got a couple other questions, but my preference would be in the business case if there was, even if it was in an appendix, to show what else there's potential. So in the recommendation in front of us here under D1, it talks about improvements to existing facilities, but that comes under only those that are considered under options 2 and 3. So what happens if there are opportunities for improvements through partnerships to other facilities not listed under 2 and 3? Those will be excluded as worded there. So what's the process?
So two things is that when we speak about partnership for council pools, we're speaking mostly about a third party building and owning a facility and us leasing it back. This is not a model that's possible for a pool extension. The ownership is of a facility, not of a part of a facility. So the possibility of a partnership for an extension doesn't exist, right? So we're speaking about delivering differently here when we speak about improvement of existing facilities, whether we can align with the delivering differently program. But for the partnership, it's partnership for new build. And the partnership in itself is not a free facility. There's still a cost to council. So when we look at prioritized investment pipeline, we're looking at where the gaps are the most acute, the response that's most appropriate to fill that gap. So that's still a priority list. If an opportunity occur outside that priority list, it would need to be assessed really thoroughly, because a lease, the third party expects a return on investment, so it's not a free facility. So there's still a cost to council.
Okay, then the added bit in red there might need to be reconsidered. My last question is that the majority of the current leisure centres and aquatics were built under legacy councils, sort of funded locally. So the equivalent today would be like a sub-regional targeted rate to fund them. Is that something that you're looking at, rather than, and that might be an easier way to get get things moving in areas if the local community is funding them and gets behind it?
Yes, that's correct. So that's in the next step of work. We would look at different funding tools, and targeted rate is one of those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I guess, you know, I talked about option 4 in the pre-agenda. I mean, it's almost $2 billion. So we kind of have to be, I guess we're trying to be realistic to get good advice on a $1 billion plan. That will probably be difficult to fund. So, you know, we have to be, the option 2 and 3 figure is extremely high. So we just have to think about what we're actually going to get back that we can put into a long-term plan process at this stage. But I understand that we want all the advice too. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. Some of my questions have been answered, including the one that Councillor Gillens just asked. But I'll start with, the business case notes that renewals are severely underfunded. What's your advice? I mean, should not we be prioritising that, which we have already, before looking at more? Or is that part of the work that you're going to do as well?
So we will provide more advice on the actual renewal or critical renewal envelope for aquatic centres as part of the LTP. The tension between spending all your money onto renewals versus all your money in growth is that obviously there's the have and have not communities. And as Auckland grows and grows outwards or needs more facilities in urban areas, by favouring renewals only, you're not delivering for other type of communities. So I think it needs to be a balanced funding envelope, a bit for renewal and a bit for new growth. But also thinking about how we fund might just be helping with that conundrum, you know, having like a funding plan for, and maybe a new funding tool for aquatics could just help.
Thank you. And just, I think, sort of, Councillor Gillen started my question, because obviously, you know, we all want a lot of stuff, but we've got to pay for it, right? And how does that happen? So my question is, what share of each option is funded by DC's development contribution versus rates? And what would option 3 mean for rates over the LTP?
So, sorry, I'm just looking at the report. In table 2, after paragraph 49, we have the development contribution percentage of the total cost. And you can see it varies, it moves from 44% for option 1, 60% for option 2, 56% for option 3, and 55% for option 4. So basically around half or a bit more of the total capex envelope can be funded through development contribution, and the rest would fall on rates. We haven't calculated yet the impact on rates, and that's kind of what we want to advise on in the next stage of work.
Okay, so you've done the DC work, but you haven't done the rates work. And just on the funding by additional borrowing, because I've got your chart, I've seen it. Have you looked at that in conjunction with the additional borrowing that we're going to need kind of for other things? Are you happy, are you convinced that the additional borrowing is within our funding envelope for borrowing, with some extra headroom for other projects? I mean, the borrowing, they're funded by additional borrowing is, you know, option 2 is 253 million and option 3 is 453 million. I mean, that's a lot. So I just want to make sure you've done that math with our finance team year on year to make sure that it works within our borrowing envelope.
So this is, so the finance team has done all the work on our modelling. So, all the work that you see to date has been done by the finance team. So I think the next stage of the equation is pulling everything together as a whole financial policy and see how that fits.
And I suppose, Deputy Mayor, this is the point of doing the next stage of work so that we can have that additional information for you. And as it goes into the LTP process, then the ability for that information to be compared and to look at the various trade-offs there as well too. Just emphasising that this report really is asking for that further work on affordability and deliverability to be done so that you have that information in front of you through the LTP process.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I've got a couple of questions. So, with regards to the population comparison, so with the option 2 and option 3, it says that we've got the catchment currently of Flatbush for 56,000 people. The Howick ward in total is 154,000 people. The current aquatic pool was built in 1987. And by the time that the potential Flatbush is built, the current aquatic centre will be 47 years old. So the report, talks about the growing rate of 34% by 2052. So with Drury and Northwest being future demand and the Flatbush being existing unmet demand, what does it look like with that 34% growth by 2052 that we're building actually facilities large enough for growth, not chasing our tails for unmet demand? That's my first question.
All right, so the east of Auckland catchment is one of the catchments with the largest gap in provision, and there are a few responses there. So you mentioned the Flatbush Aquatic Centre. We also have the Lloyd Earthmore expansion, which is in option 3. And then some other expansion in, so which one have we got for, okay. The all-weather lagoon pool as well in the first decades. That will just go and serve some of the Howie catchments. Lord Earthmore, and we've got Ottawa pool as well, which is a bit further, but also serve that catchment. So we've got 1 new pool and 3 redevelopments of council pool, which will help alleviate that gap for East. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Second question is which parts of all the regions that you've identified have the biggest opportunity to increase through the existing pools? Yeah.
If you look at option 3, we're proposing 11 council improvement projects, and those pools are sitting across the Isthmus, the East and the South primarily. So that's where the opportunities exist for improvement.
Sorry, Chair. With the community access grants, if they're successful, will that reduce the need for new aquatic centres, have you identified, or will it complement them for the future growth?
So they are part of our response. So the logic of the intervention is that we looked at the highest gaps, and then we say, what can we do? Is there a council pool that can be extended? Is there land for it? Is there a council pool that can be all-weathered? Because that delivers quite a lot of capacity and deliver good value for money. We also look at, is there an education pool we could potentially partner with? Is the pool of sufficient size? Is it located in a place? We did visual recognitions. This could be open and the public come to that pool. And then this last resort was, do we need to build a new pool? So that was the logic. And of course, with partnership with education, we will have to do quite a bit of negotiation but there are opportunities out there. They do not, they do make some difference in terms of the capacity, but of course they only open after hours. And so it's not the same level of water capacity as a council pool, which is open from 6 to 9 or 10. But they're relatively good value for money because we don't expend a lot of capital when the pool is provided by education.
Last question, Chair. What's the criteria that's been used to determine where the future harbour pools will be located?
So there's my understanding is that there's an internal working group which is meeting this week, I think, looking at the feasibility. So it's led by our engineering colleagues. So it's very much about what's feasible around water and the cost of the engineering and all that. But it's yet to be determined. So at the moment, the program business case just count them as a way of providing for seasonal additional water capacity, but we haven't determined where they are. That will be done at a later stage.
Thank you, that's it. And just a note that I think it's incredibly important that all our children have the ability and access to be able to learn to swim. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Brown, you have questions?
Yeah, I've got questions, and which will probably wander into a rant, but I'm overall not at all happy with what I've heard there. I think it needs to go back to basics and challenge these shibboleths about having to move. We built Brownie's pool for bugger all last year. Who went there? Do you know? Have you examined who used it?
We have the number of visitors per day.
Where do they come from?
We don't know that.
I do. They came from Kelston and Manukau mostly, and they were a very strong representation of our supposedly challenged people. High levels of Pacifica and Maori used that. They loved it. And so when you see that, you've got to challenge a lot of the assumptions that you've made. We're spending fortunes here because people might have to drive. We're just spending fortunes having public transport so they can get around. And then in here, it says here, we're going to have 4 pools at over $100 million each. That's an unbelievable sum. And there's no justification for it. At $16,000 a square metre, that's.
Did you have some questions?
Yeah. Where do they get this stuff from? Why did they do this? Why haven't you challenged it right from the start? Where is the information about seasonal use? Where does it prove that people are going to do that? So if you haven't found out who's using what we've got at the moment, how can we accept any of this? And then you said...
Hang on, wait, do you want to answer seasonal use? I know you...
So we have very good information from Intercept survey about who use our facilities. We've done surveys across 19 council pools with the Karanga Plaza pool. It's a new pool. We haven't done any Intercept survey. We know there's been about 265 visitors per day across the summer.
Okay, so where's the seasonal use information here?
I think I'll pass on to Gas. He's got some good statistics about. There's a lot of information sitting in the network review about statistics, about users, about conditions. Not everything is in this report, but Gas can speak about seasonal visits to our own council network.
If you just want to bring your mics a bit closer to you too.
Sure. Okay, so seasonal use across the network, we've got 28 facilities, including 1 harbour pool, 6 other summer-only outdoor pools, 14 completely indoor facilities, and 5 that have indoor outdoor pools. and that's about 3.5 million visits a year. Over the summer period, which is December through to March, we have about 40% of our visitors are in that area, and the visits to our outdoor spaces versus our indoor spaces is we see about 10% of our annual visitation to our outdoor pools, so about 350,000 visits to the outdoor spaces. So that's the best one, or the biggest ones, Parnell Bars. We get about 100,000 annual visits to Parnell Bars, 50 to Point Erin, Moananui-a-Kiwa, all those great pools that we have outside at Moananui-a-Kiwa, they get about 40,000 visits over the summer. And then we tracked 16,000 visits at Karanga Plaza this summer, but that's while we had staff there. So I think there's probably closer to 25,000 people came to play at Karanga Plaza this summer, which is around about, this sort of fits in between Jubilee Pool and PCP in the south, which have around about the same sort. So our summer pools are really, really popular. It's fantastic. I think harbour pools are going to play a really important role in the overall network capacity that we have, but they do still challenge us across the whole of the year. For example, you know, Tepid Baths is probably going to have around 300 visits today, and Karanga Plaza is probably going to have maybe 1 or 2 hardy souls. But there are ways that we can encourage year-round swimming at some of these outdoor facilities as well. But that would be part of it. That's going to form part of the our direction going forward, is how can we encourage a longer summer season, or to use some of these facilities or repurpose some of these facilities at real value for money.
Well, that value for money is spoken about there, but we don't have costs per visit, because if it costs less and a whole lot of people go there, then the cost per visit might be down, so we don't know comparison. And we've accepted over $100 million for a pool, and I don't see any justification for that. I don't know how you came up with that figure, but $16,000 a square metre is a high quality hotel, and so I don't get how you get to those numbers.
Can I just add something there? The $100,000 for an aquatic facility is for the cost of the entire facility. So that most of those facility scopes are 2 indoor courts as well as aquatic. So it's both an aquatic and leisure centre. I think the aquatic portion of it wouldn't be the... I'm not arguing that they're not obviously more expensive.
Well, it doesn't say that here, mate. It says $406 million for the aquatic section. And if you're building an aquatic section and the scope creeps up to have every other sport going there, it's going to cost a lot more, and it's eating into something else. I mean, we've got intense pressure on keeping the costs down at the council here. We've got a lot of councillors who perhaps want a whole lot of things, but we've got to pay for them. And so I need to be convinced. Why is there a much bigger focus on using the education facilities?
So in option 2, there's 8 partnerships with education, and option 3, there's 9. There's a number of schools that have got no pools, and not every school pool is suitable for a partnership opportunity. That has proved very hard also in the last few years. We've tried to achieve partnership. It's not as easy as it sounds. So in discussion with the delivering differently team, we felt that was an appropriate number to aim for. If we were to be more successful, there could be more in the future, but that's what we're proposing at this stage of the program.
Well, why isn't it an option 1? I mean, this should be something you're just doing as of right, is getting as much use of publicly funded. The same people pay for schools as pay for rates, as tax, and so this should be there should be a total focus on utilising as much as we can of what's there. And if you go from option 1 to option 2, you add on 8, if I've got it somewhere in here, 8 new ones with education, which shouldn't cost a lot. A whole lot of cheap ones, like Brownie's Porch, won't cost a lot. And somehow they've got $16.5 million worth of borrowing. So that doesn't add up to me. So, can you, the next thing I suppose is, how do you actually address or convince us that proximity is the value to warrant another $100 million? We've just spent several $1 billion on improving public transport, but we have to have a pool immediately next door, and people drive to the beach. That's why you have parking there. So, can you justify? How are you going to justify $100 million each one? That's what I want to really get. And if you're going to say aquatic, you can't just add all those other things in, because this says aquatic here. It doesn't say padel and.
So if you look in the report after paragraph 51, we have provided some explanation as to how we came with that figure and made some comparison for cost of pools. It also says that the 4 pools that are in the pipeline, which 3 of them have had indicative business cases done for and adopted by the governing body, all of those pools include 2 outdoor courts. So the $16,000 per meter square could be further tested with the market. Obviously, we haven't delivered a pool for quite some time, so it's hard to benchmark against other pools we've delivered. But when we look at the cost of community facilities that we have delivered in Auckland, that's the cost we came up with. It's slightly cheaper if you include outdoor courts, because obviously those are cheaper to deliver per meter square, so that's combined cost per meter square is lower. We've taken some precedent. We looked at Tauranga, we looked at Albany and Thames Coromandel, and we looked, we think that's about right for a program level costing, which is to be further tested. So there could be opportunities to bring the cost down. As I mentioned in my presentation, we're looking at standardized design. So could that bring the cost down? I think one thing that brings the cost up quite a lot is scope creep. When we want, more through the planning design, there's more being asked of a facility. So just keeping that under wrap.
Why don't you just work out for us how much is sensible to spend in each case and show us what you get? Because we tend to do, at $100 million, you'll have architects and it'll be specifically designed, it'll look. We should standardise. Every school pool in the country, when they used to learn how to swim there, was exactly the same. And we've just learnt the costs of individual design and scope creep from the city railing, going completely out of control cost-wise. So instead of, if we said 4 new builds, I'd like to say, before you do anything else, show me what a new build at 20 million looks like, what's a new build at 50 million looks like, and what's a new build at 100 million look like. And there's a $20 million one might be just what people like. And if you're going to have it, if things are essentially so subsidised that they're free, not surprising people use them. But would they be prepared to pay for them if the real costs were exposed? And so I want to see some, I've got on this page here which has got the options. There's no dollars with any of those other than the grand thing. And I worked out that 8 access grants, 4 harbour pools, which only cost about $200,000 or $300,000 each. 8 access grants that can't cost more than $100,000 each, surely. And 3 council improvements, and that comes to $16.5 million. So there's a lot of money going somewhere. And what does an improvement mean? And so there has to be some financial discipline here.
That is what approving if we approve this today, because we've already approved option 1 technically to go forward.
Not necessarily, we haven't. It's in the long-term plan, which we haven't done again, and it wasn't particularly clear to me that we were spending $100 million on each one.
Mr Mayor, just to clarify, we do need to do further work, particularly on affordability. It's really helpful to have your comments. The issue around standardised design and how we can build and have that provision of pools at the most cost-effective means is something that we're acutely aware of, and we do need to do further work on that. Today is really saying, can we narrow those options so that we can look at those groups of packages and come back to you with further detailed analysis around affordability. And that information can then be available for you to consider as part of the long-term plan process.
Well, I mean, I found it very hard to find that information in some of those headers, pages and pages of platitudes, but not a lot of dollars. And so you'll be getting that. How many privately owned pools are there in Auckland?
For residents or for?
Yeah, residents, privately owned pools. And how many of them are covered?
Like backyard pools. I don't know that.
Well, you should know that because that's what you are asked to do. To understand the demand, understand the place, which areas have lots of privately owned pools. And if people are going to spend 100 or 200 or 300,000 their own at a pool, then they seem to be happy to have it not covered. Why would we bother?
So in terms of looking at future growth and where are the gaps, our work, we have also looked at the Sport New Zealand analysis of future growth as well too, and where some of those gaps are. Private pools and community pools do have different uses, so it's also looking at the different types of uses that are needed as well too. So particularly lane swimming, as well as leisure use. And of course, there's all the different sporting codes that do utilise our community pools as well.
Okay, well, can we have a lot of that information at the start of the next time it comes back so we can see some perspective on this? Because when you say gaps, that's just a gap on a map. It doesn't assume that people don't ever move. People are prepared to move quite a long way to go and buy their goods. And you're telling me that they're not prepared to use the billions of dollars of public transport just to go and have a bloody swim. I find that very hard to believe, actually. And I mean, a gentleman who's just arrived here lives out towards Piha.
So we have data, if you're interested, on how far people travel to go to pools. So we know that I think it's 70% of people travel about 6 kilometers to go to a facility.
So if we were looking at having a closer relationship with the education department, it may well be that if we put some money into perhaps covering a school pool or doing something like that, it's probably a better bet. If we perhaps had, I mean, I know of major schools that have the public open it after 4 and over the weekend, and the school on the other hours, and it works out pretty well. And so when do people go? Because if you're going to take your kids to the pool, it'll be after school anyhow. So there's just not enough here to be spending billions of dollars. I mean, we easily get to the billions here very quickly. And billions of dollars are not, decisions are not made on kind of stories. It has to be much, much more understandable. We have to have a debate which starts with what is there, and not just asking people who've gone there, did they like it or something or other, because everyone likes free stuff. Okay, I think I've quizzed you enough to get the message across. I will be voting against A, B and C. Okay.
Thank you. I think on the outdoor pools, last time I asked, it was about 5% of all Auckland residential households have a pool, about 5%, and most of them are actually in areas where there's a lot of public pools already. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. I've got a number of cues and reserve my right to speak as well. But can I just check, so is Northwest classified as future demand while Flatbush is identified as current demand? Is that accurate?
So there is both pent-up demand and growth driving both Flatbush and Northwest.
Sorry about that. I didn't quite catch that.
So the demand for Flatbush and for Northwest are both pent-up demand, so a gap in service and also
Hang on a
new
second.
growth.
Mia,
So that's why
hang on a
there's
second,
an
Carol.
element of development
Carol.
contribution.
sorry. I cannot concentrate, Mia. If you want to talk, can you just step away from the table? We're trying to answer questions. Yeah, but it's really hard for councillors to ask questions while people are constantly talking over them. So sorry, Councillor Henderson, I'm trying to listen.
Yeah, no, sorry, and yeah, forgive me for being insistent. It's just this is a document to guide future policy and staff work. So I just want to make super clear that there isn't a differentiation between Flatbush and Northwest.
Both of them have got level of service deficit and new growth driving the need for new pool. And so that's why there's a development contribution element to both facilities.
Thank you, that's fantastic. Just in terms of, we've talked a little bit about attendances to pools. Do we also record wait times for people outside trying to get into pools?
We don't have data on it. We have it anecdotally.
Okay, that's cool, no problem. So just in the report, sorry, I did have the page, but I've lost it. But it says in the report, Northwest funding of 15.1 million allocated for land acquisition by 2032. Yet the LTP has 14.8 million, so we've got the 300 for detailed business case, from FY30. So is it FY30 or is it FY32?
I will have to check that.
I just don't want to pass this report saying actually you've got to wait 2 more years than you're going to. So that's actually quite an important point.
So the proposal on the option 2 is that Northwest would be delivered in the next 10 years of the LTP.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, FY30, I believe. Yeah, cool, thank you. Well, I mean, we're going through it again next year anyway, but I just wanted to make sure that's really, really important to point out. Finally, generally, are we set up as an organisation to partner with other parties to deliver pools?
We are gearing up to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I ask that because in West Auckland we've got a large body of history around delivering our facilities with community groups and philanthropic donations as well as council. And in this situation in particular, I understand that will be on the table, but also business potentially could be really interested in contributing. So is this something that we could be doing?
Potentially. So as part of the program business case, we did some market testing. We did some interviews with different groups to understand the level of interest in partnering with council and delivering facilities differently. So there is an interest, not so much from the philanthropist sector, but definitely from the development sector about partnering with Auckland Council and seeing as a secure partner.
Can I add to that? We've started that process, so we have working with policy and procurement at the end of the month we have a expression of interest seminar or sort of a session. We're inviting people who want to partner with us in these key development opportunities to see who's interested in those things and how we might better work with them.
Thank you. And yeah, I really appreciate your work and thanks for your involvement in this process as well. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Newman, online.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question, and I too reserve my right to speak. These costs are just eye-watering. Even option 1 is eye-watering. In table 2, at para actually, no, it's table 3, development contributions, funding sources for shortlisted options, CapEx only. In option, at table 3, which I set out on page 11 of your report, at option 1, you're talking about 269 or $270 million in development contributions just at option 1. Do you have the aggregated, is that an aggregated figure for the 4 priority areas? Because you have the percentage of total at 44%, but I would imagine for Northwest and for Drury, the percentage of the total should be significantly higher than 44%. They're absolute greenfields, and I would have thought that the number should be well north of 50% there. For Faux and Flatbush, I would imagine that the percentage of the development contributions would be lower because you're talking about a service level opportunity for existing communities too, which would mean it would weigh heavier on the rates side. But do you have the numbers for those priority areas by priority area for the development contributions in each location? Because I would have thought the number needs to be significantly higher than 44%. These are just eye-watering costs, excuse the pun, but no pun intended, but these are just so high that to me, growth is going to have to pay a lot more than the numbers here suggest. And if it doesn't pay for a lot more, I have no idea how the ratepayers are going to afford any of it.
So the cost here includes also renewals. So the building cost and renewal cost, and those facilities are fully renewed, which our existing network is not. We know that for Drury, as you said, it's a brand new greenfield area. The DC costs about 90% of the cost, and then it goes much lower for Faux and Flatbush. Flatbush is probably 20% because there's a high level of service gap.
Yep.
And Northwest, again, there's a level of service gap, as I just mentioned to Councillor Anderson, so it's about 50%. So Flatbush has the least proportion of development contribution, and it's probably a result of council investment lagging so much, that that facility has been in the pipeline for probably over 15 years now. So our ability to recoup cost has been lost, from development contribution has been lost.
Okay, and sorry, what was Faux? Because you had Drury, Flatbush, Northwest, and Faux. What's Faux?
About 60%.
60%, okay. So, sorry, can you just, you talked about the figures in table 3 for the shortlist CapEx only. Include renewals. I'm surprised by that because in table 3, the first options 1 through 4, that's development contributions brackets including interest. Why would you put renewals into that cost? For development contributions would pay the upfront CapEx only and the borrowing cost around the CapEx, but it wouldn't fund development contributions. Don't fund renewals, nor should they.
That's the advice we have from finance, that development contribution pays for.
Okay, development contributions don't fund renewals, nor should they.
No, you're correct. So that's a mistake. So probably, that's my mistake. So the capital expenditure includes renewal, but development contribution, as you correctly pointed, does not include interest, but not renewal. Sorry, my mistake.
Okay. And look, I mean, I too want to kind of get this clarified with what these all mean by definition. I mean, I just don't think that new aquatic centre should include council-funded gymnasia. I think that there's a market for private commercial gyms you know, and so do you have, is there a definition that's available, or is this subject to scope creep every time the architects and policy people come in and say, oh, we'd like this and like that? I mean, these are pools. They don't necessarily have to be gyms.
You're correct. So we could have a simple pool center with no leisure. The reason that in those indicative business cases for Flatbush and Northwest, courts have been added is because there's also a significant gap in provision for indoor courts. So that's a way of better delivering for those communities. On a purely aquatic basis, you could just have simply the pool. The gym are there not so much because there's a market gap, but because it's a revenue generating operation that goes to subsidize our wet activities.
Okay. Reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Yeah, it would be good if this is passed today that we have clearer delineation between the cost of the pool and the fact, you know, using the land with some court space when we've got car parks and toilets and everything else is a good idea or a bad idea, and whether, you know, what the trade-off is there. Because I think in some cases having the staff and the admin for courts and pool is smart, but sometimes it might be just a pool. But I think if we're focusing on aquatics, it does get confusing with the cost if we kind of separate out aquatics, but also dealing with our hard court shortfall. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm going to fully back up what Mayor Brown. My question's probably more directed towards you, Chair, and the Deputy Chair in terms of recommendations that are up there. May well be of interest to the Mayor and perhaps some of the other councillors sitting around the table. And that's around the idea of a targeted rate. So Warkworth will not be getting a pool for over 30 years from the briefing we've had today. So can we add in to the recommendations that, you know, some costings around, or trying to get some costings around how much targeted rate might be to provide a pool for Warkworth? I do have some costings for a 25-metre, 5-lane heated pool, covered and uncovered. A typical cost is between $450,000 and $1.2 million for an uncovered pool. For a covered pool, $2.2 million to $5 million. So, you know, it really escalates when you try and cover it. And Warkworth has land to put this on, so parking, etc., is already available. So I think we need to give the Warkworth and the wider Maharangi community up there an opportunity to say, would they be prepared to bring forward by 30 years their pool by a targeted rate, but we need some work done around the costings for it. So I guess what I'm asking for, can we get some costings for the options of a covered and uncovered pool that could go out for public consultation, 25 metres, 5 lanes, heated pool as a learn to swim facility in Warkworth. At least let's give the opportunity to see what the appetite is for people to pay for their pool if it's going to bring it forward by 30 years. Is that something that you could add to this, to these recommendations, Chair, with the support of your deputy?
Yeah.
And,
thank you, Councillor. Under D, it does say understand the affordability and deliverability. Then D2, it does say funding options. To the staff, hearing Councillor Sayers' point, do we need to add something there, or could we have a, you know, I know it would be out of scope, but could we at least add potential for facility? Like, what would it look like of a out of sequence? Like, obviously the growth in Warkworth is nowhere near the growth of areas who don't have pools, but actually if that community had the ability to raise a targeted rate to speed up a smaller offering or a learn to swim pool, or, you know, I don't know what the case is. I'm sure once you're adding car parks and toilets and other facilities, it becomes a lot more than just 5 million.
Thank you, Chair. If the committee directs us to do so, we'd do it as, you know, an additional piece of work to look at the feasibility of a targeted rate around the type of facility that was looked at.
Okay,
So
so if
really
we
up
put
to
a,
the committee if you would like to direct us to do that.
if we put a D3, say something like investigate local opportunities for pool provision using such tools as targeted rates, would that work?
I think it's getting close because I think there's also, there may be other councillors that would like to also present the same opportunity to their
Yeah, that's why I
communities.
didn't put a,
Yeah, and there's also the
location.
expansions. There's some pools that are talking about expansions which may be open to target rate. So look, I think you're on the right track there. Let's just give it some thought over the duration and hear what other councillors have to say duration of the meeting. But it certainly would be good to have some options available too within those target rates. So I think I've put forward the Warkworth case, Louise, if you're able to take that on board.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. Just a little word of caution. We are trying to narrow down options. Obviously, there is a particular case here with Warkworth, but in terms of taking a regional approach to this, we have tried to balance those areas of greatest, sort of gap and need. So I just caution that we don't expand out too much. We are actually trying to narrow options so that we can come back to you with further detailed analysis.
I think if we put D3, it leaves it open for a board to say, hey, we want to put 60 grand, I'm just randomly throwing a number out, to investigate a program of work, and you guys could, lean into that specifics. I just don't want to close off the opportunity, as Councillor Sayers said. It might be a learn to swim pool that comes forward, and then later on there's a larger opportunity. But yeah, it's more provision. Say if a local board wanted to fund a bespoke targeted rate or an investigation or a plan, then I think we should try and at least offer the opportunity. Are you okay with that, Councillor Ferry, adding it in? Okay.
And Richard, Chair, do we need to mention that's for the LTP process?
It's all for the LTP. Like D covers that.
Okay.
Long-term plan decision making. So yeah, but we will need probably something from the local board if it was a specific, because the team can't kind of pick a mix broader. Thank you, Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Thanks for allowing me to ask another question, and I'll also reserve my right to speak again later. But it just came up with what some of the others were saying. The facilities we're talking about include generally kind of a 25-metre pool, a learn to swim facility, a leisure pool, and that's so that the people doing the lane swimming don't inadvertently become part of Lucy's 12-year-old birthday party or whatever. And the recreation facilities. Now, what I was told as a Whai Local board member is that those facilities are kind of a non-negotiable because they pay for everything else. Is that correct?
Well, they are negotiable. Everything is negotiable. So the core of a pool is the lane pool, and you could just stick to that. That would be your back to basis pool. Learn to swim. Obviously, they're shallower and warmer, so they cater for the younger cohort of kids learning to swim. They also can have a therapeutic service element, so that's kind of future-proofing for older generations. And also, we know that we have a lot of people with chronic disease, so that's useful. We know that there's a lot of demand for leisure water. So just a different type of water, and a lot of demand for the spa. So that's kind of the building blocks of a swimming center. Then after that, we add different elements of the dry. So courts is one of them, and then the gym and program rooms. And as I mentioned, so it's not that you have to do them, it's that we know that the cost to serve is lower when there's a different mix of services. But that can be, we can further test that if you wish.
Sorry, I might just ask that question a slightly different way. So one reason why the budgets are higher than we might imagine they could be is for future economic sustainability of the facilities. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, that help the financial sustainability of a facility when we do gyms. Courts also, because there's a large gap in provision. And so the way that council contributes towards meeting demand for courts, so basketball, baseball, and not baseball, netball, etc., is either we have partnership agreements, or we provide ourselves, or we have partnerships with education, or we've got outdoor courts as well. So we've got a range of ways to deliver for indoor courts, including some that we provide directly. Garth, do you want to comment about the operation side?
Yes, swimming's not free. We operate our pools as sustainably as we can. We have an incredible community benefit, which is under 17 free swimming, but we capture most of our expenditure through a variety of different ways. So we run quite profitable programs, including fitness centres, learn to swim schools, and different programs that both benefit the community but they contribute to as well. So it's more that the community subsidises our facilities than we provide everything for free. And it's a kind of a balance of what each community needs, because families favour recreational swimming but also learn to swim, and a young active community will also use our lane pools for both club swimming, education, and sort of group fitness and so on. So we try and get the balance right for the community that we're sitting in. We can try and we are going to use as a kind of a templated approach going forward, so we get the best value, but each community is a little bit different. Learn to swim's really important. Lane swimming's important to some sectors of the community, and recreation facilities in our aquatic complexes really lift up participation. Those pools like Takapuna, where we just have a lane pool and a learn to swim pool, the balance between adult and children swimming is children are about 10% and adults are about 90%. Somewhere like Albany, it's more like children are 50 to 60% and adults are the small half. So the balance between recreation and lane swimming depends on the community that we put the facility in.
Yeah, I think you've answered my question and a couple of other questions that I didn't ask. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry. Should I just go to Councillor Turner? Yeah. Councillor Turner, welcome.
Thank you. I was trying to listen as I got in here, but it was a bit broken, so please. There's a pool in West Auckland at Pars Park, the swimming hole. That's our facility, right? No?
No, we own the park, and they lease the land. It's a private facility. Waterhole Swimming Club own it.
Okay, so it's gone bankrupt and it's closed at the moment.
It's in that process, yeah.
And so what do we do about the fact that, where's the ability for us to work in those sorts of areas and, revive something like that so we don't lose the facility? Is there is there a value option there for places like that?
So under option 3, and we didn't mention it verbally, so you might not have seen it on the screen, but under option 3, there's a partnership facility, which is meeting the need of the West Auckland communities, and that's partnership with Waterhole, where we would look at redeveloping the facility and seeking a partner to operate. So that's obviously at the program business case is just very high level. There would need to be some work to do on expression of interest, but that's part of that option 3 group of options of intervention.
And so just thinking about that one facility, and I'm not trying to advocate for that facility in any way, I'm just using it because I understand the facility. How do we work with the private sector? The problem I have is that I have lots of examples of when we work with the private sector in a situation like this, we're the people who deliver expectations which come with unbelievable extra cost. You know, how do we have a relationship with that site to revive it? Where do we put in our? Do we demand the facility standards?
I guess it's any partnership, you would have to be clear when you enter into the partnership as to what your expectations are, and it's a contractual agreement, so you will also have to be clear as to what would happen if those expectations were not met. So that's the basis. Maybe Louise could speak to that a bit more.
Look, it's very much, I think, it's very much a negotiation, so it's understanding how far the business or other interests are prepared to go. At the same time, I suppose, using our information about what standard of provision we're hoping, but it is very much a negotiation, I think, and building that relationship with whoever might be the potential partner.
How many aquatic facilities of any type are there like that one? Not, I don't mean in its state that it's in, I mean where we've got it sitting on our land.
I think there's only one other one, which is in Glen Innes.
Thank you. And last question to you, Mr. Chair, if you could. Just from my understanding again, say this whole meeting individually voted for only portions of the resolution is still seen as passing unanimously. Is that correct?
Well, no. If someone said note against something, it would be noted against something.
But it's still a pass. If I say that, it's correct, it's still a pass. So if everyone was to do that, it would still be 21 or whoever votes passes, correct? Which would be considered a unanimous pass.
I'm keen to put it as a whole because it makes sense as a whole, but I'm not going to stop anyone from saying note my opposition to.
Thank you. I'd like to reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you. Sorry, I've been negotiating about some new wording for 3, which I understand that Councillor says is now cool with, that I've sent through. And it sort of addresses part of my, one of the questions I was going to ask was around sorry, I have to get the words around the right way, Maungawhau to Morningside corridor, which is called out in the city deal and is likely to have the potential for a population increase along the size of Drury. And at the moment we have only option 4 potentially increasing capacity that might serve that area. So again, it's that opportunity for locals to potentially look at local solutions, noting that they will have their own capex too. So again, there's that importance of being able to potentially not lose some of those opportunities in option 4 entirely if local boards can come up with local ways to fund them. So is that something, I mean, Maungawhau to Morningside, so that's that, obviously they will rely a lot on those city centre pools probably, some of which need potentially quite a bit of work. They're heritage buildings, they're quite expensive to run. And none of those are, well, Point Erin is, but anyway. So I guess some comments on that. So we're talking about that city fringe area just to the south of the city.
Yes, thanks for the question. So there are quite a few interventions that would help serve those communities that you mentioned. So around that Great Northward Corridor, the FO notably, there's a few education partnerships that could happen around that area, which would help. So that's under option 2. Cameron Pool, also an option, to meet some of that demand. So there are interventions proposed there. The local boards always have the option to do more if they choose to, but because of the cost impact, quite often their ability to do anything else but partnership with education is relatively limited.
So on that partnership with education, and one of the things I'm aware of is that one of the reasons we have this problem is the withdrawal of school pools, right? And which has happened over the last sort of 30 years. And so while we might want to have more community access grants, that doesn't mean there actually are school pools in the places where we would have a gap. So is that something that you'll look at in the next phase, is lining up that kind of stuff? Because, I mean, we could say 30 community access grants, for example, and wipe out a new build, right? But actually, if there aren't school pools or other facilities that we could partner with in those areas, that's not going to work.
So we've already identified potential schools that we could partner with. I won't say the names in public because we have not approached the schools, so it's a bit commercially sensitive. But there are quite a few in the area of west of the Isthmus and West Auckland that could be potential options going forward.
Okay. And so just on that, there's also limitations too. So my youngest attends a school that does have a school pool. I think it's the only primary school in the area. There might be one other one. Anyway, not the ward, just the local board area. And they use it in term 1 and term 4, but it's really cold and uncovered. And so in term 2 and term 3, they bus the kids to Cameron pools, which adds stress on that pool. And so if we're saying, they're not the panacea, I guess, that some people might see them as. So is that something you've taken into account, the seasonality of many of those school pool facilities?
Yes, so in our modelling, when we looked at what impact an intervention has, that has been discounted because obviously, as you said, some facilities, first of all, are only open to the public after school hours, and then some others are not all year around pools. When we looked at the partnership with education, we looked at two types of things. We looked at that OPEX grant, where we give a grant to a school for public access, but we also looked at CAPEX grant, where we can improve a facility, maybe cover it, so that it can be used all year long. So there's different options to increase capacity and better use of the pool. But you're right, so quite often those facilities are small and they don't deliver the same opportunities as a council pool per definition.
One of the other aspects of them, not only are they small, they're often not very deep. So one at my kids' school is very much like the one I had at Glenfield Primary School in the 1980s. I don't know if it's still there, which would now probably come up to maybe my waist as an adult. So that's another, so you're taking that into account too? Because I think, the point about the popularity of Karanga Plaza, what I've observed there is that a lot of the a lot of the kids who are perhaps not from the city centre, who are accessing it, are teens and tweens. They're mostly boys, and they're going because they can do manu into the pool. That's not an option for a school pool that comes up to your waist, and it's also not an option in a lot of our existing pools. The Mount Albert Aquatic Centre does have a platform you can bomb off, but I'm not sure how widely that is an aspect. So I think that's something that's absolutely attracted a particular group of kids, and that's great that we're providing that, but that's not something that a school pool is probably going to have.
For the partnership opportunities we've selected or shortlisted, I should say, we excluded any pool that is too shallow and where you can't swim lap. So that was kind of a criteria, the size and depth of the pool. Because as you said, a lot of pools are very much, glorified baths.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The last two questions, and then we'll move to debate. Councillor Gillen.
Thank you. Just two things. The Kaipātiki Local Board has discrete LTP funding for potentially doing a splash pad at Birkenhead Leisure Centre. Does that need to be in this, or would that get added in automatically if that continues through the approval process?
Yeah, if it's already in the long-term plan, it doesn't need to be included in the program. And we have excluded splash pad just for a practicality reason.
Okay. And my second one is that, look, I fully endorse what the new wording that's up there under D3, except I still think the way that it's worded, because it comes under what's in D, which is restricting things to just options 2 and 3, I'm not confident that that will also allow for the options that are in option 4, even though it mentions it there. I'd prefer that was pulled out as a separate clause. Thank you.
Which part is pulled out?
Well, it says, because it reads as that the work will be options 2 to 3, including the following. So 1, 2 and 3 are then within options 2 and 3. So if we're going to be talking about option 4, then it really needs to be a separate clause.
It was really just a local board can put in and fund an investigation into something that's an option 4.
Yeah, but I'm not confident that that wording allows for that. And so
Well, I'm
what I wouldn't
confident
want to happen is further down the track the local board tries to do that, and it might be Devonport Takapuna trying to do a targeted rate for extension of Takapuna pool, or the Warkworth one that Greg's talking about.
Yeah. Well, I don't believe. I mean, the staff are here. Louise, you understand that rec, right? That a local board could dip into option 4 if they funded the plan or investigation.
Yes, I think that does cover that. I did express my caution beforehand about not making this so wide. Obviously, the Warkworth case has been well identified, and Councillor Gillen and others have suggested others as well. But I do want to keep it, sort of reasonable in terms of that further work.
Councillor Filipainen.
Atamari, here mana to you, Chair, good morning. Atamari, piti komiti mō mātai mahi, e te iwi whānui to kaimahi and to the Chair, my pātai is firstly, role to you and the team, slide 3, the problem we are trying to address, and it's got findings from a network review Sports NZ. Are there any external organisations apart from Sports NZ and the review that you've named there that you are currently working with?
Yes, we have been working very closely with Active, and Active has provided a letter of support for this work, which Sandra has circulated, I believe. Yes, Active is of the same view that there are a significant gap in provision, and that recognizing the fiscal constraints this council is under, that investment to better meet needs would be desirable.
And supplementary pātai to the one I've just asked, so with your response, so Active obviously is internal, but they are working with all our regional sports organisations, etc., aren't they?
Yes, they do.
Yeah. Slide 4. This is a 30-year long-term plan, and any budget issues that will arise will come through, as you've said in the report, with the long-term plan. So we will be the decision makers, as in the committee policy, and then subsequently the governing body in regards to any funding, anything that happens. Am I correct in that as well?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Kia ora, he mana.
Kia ora, Councillor. Well, thank you, everyone. We're going to get the staff to step back, but we'll also take a 5-minute breather, cup of tea, bathroom stop as well before the debate. Thank you. Everyone will come back to the table if we're in the room. The Mayor has asked for D4, investigating the provision of aquatic facilities at a much lower cost, both in terms of build and ongoing maintenance. He has said that he would support the overall if we put that in. I personally, and Councillor Ferry is fine with putting that in. It will come back to us with what the actual costs are, but of course we'll be doing everything. And I expect also that that will show what the aquatic provision is as part of those costs. If a local board or a local area wants indoor courts as well to come together, so using the same car park, the same changing rooms, the same admin block, whatever, then that might make sense. But I think we need to really delineate the cost of the aquatic part so we don't try and make it seem bigger than Ben-Hur when maybe it's not. And then we can add provision if we need to through that conversation. But cool. Thank you. Right, we will now go to, I'll prefer to speak at the end if that's okay, so I'll go to Councillor Henderson first.
Thank you, Chair. That's great. Cool. Look, firstly, just thank staff for their strong partnership in this business case in this program. Garth, in particular, I have to shout out, has been amazing, and I'm very glad that we have him working on this issue. And it's an issue that sparks real passion in West Auckland, and I've brought this photo up. This is a line out the door in West Wave. This is normal. This is practically every day, especially weekends and holidays. You can see it stretching into the car park there. The scary thing is that this photo is from 2019. So this is 7-8 years ago, and the situation has only gotten worse, the population has only increased, and the provision has only sort of continued to decline. Thank you, Chair. For at least 10 years, probably more, the residents of the Northwest area have been lobbying for a public swimming pool. And I say Northwest, that's not just the Waitakere ward, it's not just a specific ward issue, it's the communities of Massey, Red Hills, Westgate, Swanson, Kumeu, Whenuapai, Hobsonville, all across that kind of area. And at present, West Wave is the only swimming pool in West Auckland with a catchment area of 180,000 people. Pressure on that facility has increased year on year. Annual visitation is at 1.2 million people. Isn't that amazing? And I've seen data which says that a majority of those people are not even from West Auckland because it has sporting facilities that go there and these kinds of things. And so, goodness, the provision for the community has gotten worse and worse. And as you saw in that photo, the physical configuration of the building shows lines going out into the car park area, creating huge health and safety risks with kids running around. The summer heat is absolutely insane. I've personally been in the line many, many, many times, waiting for over an hour with my 2 young kids, and that's pretty tough entertaining them out there. Sadly, my kids don't want to go there that much anymore because of those waits, and it's a very important part and a cherished memory of their childhood. So that's a very sad thing, and I'm sure that many West Auckland families have the same experience. So the Northwest Pool, I'll just talk you through a little bit of the history of it. A consistent advocacy item for the Henderson Massey Local Board. It was the board's one local initiative in the 2016 term. It was the only one local initiative in the city not to be included in the first 10 years of the LTP. Thank you. In 2019, we finally secured funding and completion of an indicative business case that included a rough site selection and costings. 2 sites were identified that were both council-owned land. And as I'll talk about in a little bit, using land we already own is a good starting point to keep costs down. And if we can partner with NZTA closely on the busway project, that's even better. That'll help keep costs down as well. In 2022 term, we were successful in finally bringing the Northwest Pool into the first decade of the LTP. And I really want to thank you all, colleagues and Mayor, for agreeing to that. For bringing $300,000 forward for a detailed business case, the writing of which started yesterday, which is very exciting for us, and $14.8 million for progress of the pool from FY30. This lobbying was only successful because the community is strong and united behind the project. We've established a Northwest Aquatic Working Group to deal with council and outside stakeholders and the public as it goes. We have 4 local boards represented there. I've got the Deputy Chair of the Henderson Massey Local Board behind me that's on that body. We have active, we have staff, and we have Toia Waitakere, which used to be Sport Waitakere, on there as well. the pool is considered, funnily enough, a top 3 issue, I think, for the Northwest. So you talk about cost of living, you talk about transport, you talk about these big issues in society. If you go on Dornoch and Massey, as I have, they will tell you we need a pool, and we need it desperately. Unfortunately, the mood of the community is cynical, and they need clear direction from this council so that they can believe that it will actually happen. A council that has not conceived of, designed, and built a pool in its entire history. Since amalgamation, we've had 2 builds, both of them legacy projects, Albany and Otahuhu. So they're lacking a little bit in belief, and I think we need to give them that belief. And I think for that reason, we need to support these things. But I've got a couple of things to point out as well. In terms of targeted rates, been discussion about that, and I do need to point out the residents of the Northwest are currently paying for renewal and for OPEX costs of pools all across the region that they do not have access to. Any targeted rate, which I don't support at this stage, should be led by a local board process. And so I'll be abstaining on D3 with respect, Chair. The Mayor spoke about keeping costs down in this project, and it's led to D4. And I've got to say, I totally agree. I totally agree. We have 15 million in the LTP, and the vision for a Northwest pool, for what it is no bells and whistles. A staged approach. We're stage 1, we get a pool in the ground now. Can someone move an extension at a time, please? Thank you. We get a pool in the ground now, cheap as possible. We put a shell over the top, and we leave some land for stage 2, 3, and 4 as the community continues to grow. That makes sense, right? I think we just need to deliver it and get started. We need to be a council that gets stuff done. We go around the country. We go past these small towns, a couple of thousand people in the town. They have a swimming pool. For 100,000 Northwest Aucklanders, we can't seem to do it. That is a black mark on this council, frankly, and it's something that I will be revisiting over and over, and you'll get very sick of my voice in the coming LTP. But just to wrap up, I'll be approaching that conversation in the LTP with a strong demand that we deliver a pool for the residents of the Northwest as quick as possible, as cheaply as possible. They have waited for far too long. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Look, I support the Mayor's addition there of D4, because it's not just these pools, it's everything seems to be so many extra zeros on top of it. Just how we cut through the bureaucracy and get down to getting things cheaper, faster. I'm finding it difficult to crack that nut, and I know a number of people around the table will be feeling the same way, including His Worship. It's a tough one, so we must absolutely focus on doing that. So I think it's a worthwhile recommendation to support. Also, obviously, D3, I'm very supportive of as well. It's the only way that some of our communities, including the Warkworth community, can bring forward from 30 years plus out an aquatic facility. And it's really important for the children up there. Now, they want to learn how to swim. It's important that they do for obvious reasons. So what that does do is it gives the opportunity now for local boards to consider a targeted rate. And a targeted rate is an additional cost on top of the general rates. But the community can analyse for themselves if they think there's value in money for paying extra to get a pool 30 years ahead of a scheduled time. And we need to put those options out to our communities for that consideration. So I'll certainly be following up with the Rodney Local Board to do what they need to do in terms of their own recommendations to get that work underway. And obviously, probably the finance policy rating people will need to talk to you about, costings, etc., Louise. So thank you for that. The target rates mustn't just include the cost of the build, though. We need to include into that target rate the cost of ongoing OPEX and renewals as well. So I'm not suggesting, well, I'll be suggesting to my local board that the targeted rate needs to include OPEX and renewals, not just the build cost as well. And finally, I'll go back to, running parallel with this was the discussion that we had about private investment coming into a township and apparently withdrawing because of the costs that were being imposed by council entities. So I want to thank you, Chair, for your guidance on how that might be able to be advanced, and for the staff that will pick that up. And I'm very much looking forward to a report that can come back to an open report that could come back to myself and the Rodney Local Board about why that roadblock exists and how it can be overcome, because we would like to share that openly with the public as well, so they understand exactly what's going on in that area. So on that note, I'll close, but I do thank my colleagues around the table for their support in today's discussions as well. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Kia ora. Just to recap, for anyone who is unsure as to where I might be coming from on this, there is no pool in Faux. There are 28 council pools over 19 wards, and Faux and Rodney are not covered. Faux is not an inconsequential little area. Deputy Chair from Henderson Massey is here. We've got a member of the Faux local board here. That should tell you something, that 2 of those local board members are here today. Faux is roughly the size of New Plymouth. How many pools does New Plymouth have? 5. It's growing. It's going to grow more than some of these other areas that do have council pools, do have access to backyard pools and swimmable beaches, none of which we have access to. Whichever of these options is taken, Faux pool is prioritised, and I thank everyone for the acknowledgement that this project cannot be deferred again. It was promised for completion in 2014, and in 2014 we were doing the Ice Bucket Challenge, there was a referendum on Scottish independence, and Trump was only a president on The Simpsons. West Auckland having 25% of the population, I think I've got a graph maybe if I got to Sandra in time, but being expected to take on more intensification than the East and North and PC 120, and to continue to have 2% of the council pool provision, West Wave, is untenable. This is also an area with high Māori and Pacifica populations who have the highest fatal drowning rates per capita in the country. And someone asked at some point, what are the barriers for Māori and Pacifica? And I think staff said they were going to go look into it. Not having a pool. Don't overthink it. I mean, I saw it time and again over the holidays. The Faux local board partnered with Avondale Intermediate and a couple of other local schools. And I was the only Pākehā whānau there. There is the need. It is relatively easy to meet. And in terms of talk of targeted rates, Faux is already paying one because the local board is spending $48,000, $50,000 a year to enable that over the summer access to those local school pools. And that's not a cost that other local boards are having to bear. I'm sure some people who visit the Harbour Pool were from Kelston, and that's great. I'm sure some visitors to the future Faux Pool will come from the CBD. But what I'm willing to bet is that those ones visiting the Harbour Pool weren't families, weren't people with additional access needs, and were probably a very small percentage of the total Faux population. It's a network. This is a network look. And look, I've got nothing against harbour pools as a concept. I actually think they're a great concept. They were how my siblings were able to swim in South Africa without worrying about the sharks. But the reality is that they do require a pretty specific set of circumstances to work, and those circumstances do not exist in Faux or some of the other areas identified for prioritisation here. This actually came up at the Pacific People's Panel last night. The tenor of that conversation was when a core council service is missing from only 2 wards in the city where others have multiple, and that service is promised year upon year for decades and not deliver it, that eats away at the relationship that people have with all of local government. And as for talk of targeted rates, I mean, for how long have ratepayers in Faux and Rodney been paying for pools they can't access because they weren't in the areas that made sense to legacy councils? And that's fine, it's a regional approach, but it is the reality. Faux have effectively had a targeted rate for 4 years with papering over that massive gap, and the DCs have gone down this kind of whirlpool to pay for this eventual pool for years and years and years. We can't keep deferring it. We have been paying for it time and again. And at this point, Carole, pardon-moi, mais c'est pas une piscine de la faux. À ce moment-là, c'est un piscine faux. Un blague justement pour toi. Anyway, back to Europe. During European heatwave, swimming pools play a critical role as essential climate shelters for public health. So they reduce heat stress, they lower the number of emergency medical calls by 15 to 29%. And our climate is warming, we can feel it every summer. And it's for pure relief that a lot of those whānau I saw using Avondale Intermediate Pool were using it. They're a place of meeting and connection as well, for physical rehabilitation and for youth manaaki. Now, a youth hub is a big aspiration for Faux that maybe we'll never get to, but a pool can fill that gap. It would be unthinkable for a town of 90,000 people not to have pool provision. And just like it or not, this is one of these things that councils are expected to do. particularly large ones like us. And if we don't take this comprehensive regional overarching view now, we're going to end up with a bunch more situations like FO all over the region, and it's going to be more expensive, and it's going to hurt Auckland's relationship with its local government going forwards. So I'll be voting in support of this. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. For me, and look, I'll vote for this, but one of the things that's going to be absolutely critical in reporting back on this, because an aquatics network program business case, it invites a conversation about new things that we can do to fill gaps, and we've just had a formidable advocacy from the previous speaker about her ward, which I completely understand. Quite frankly, I am nervous about the cost of the maintenance and the renewal of the existing suite of aquatic facilities that we have, and I want to ensure that the report back on this accurately identifies what these core costs are. Thank goodness we fund depreciation, or we're moving to, because I mean, this is obviously going to be one part of the network where there are going to be quite a significant renewal costs that need to be fully understood by everybody around this table who casts a vote on these things, because this isn't just about the new, this is about the maintenance of our existing networks, which will be expensive. Chair, my request actually in supporting these the recommendations is that in relation to the priority areas that have already been identified, is to work out what are the updated costings that will trigger the development contributions, because quite frankly I suspect actually the growth costs for these locations will need to be revised, and probably in a couple of locations increased. 90% development contributions allocated to Drury sounds about right to me, but I want to make sure that those costs are fully quantified so that the levies can be so that we can ensure that the developers are paying their fair share. The other thing I would say, Chair, is that I truly believe that if we are moving to a rate cap scenario, and I think we are, that beyond option one, I don't know how some of this is going to be afforded. It just, these numbers are so big that it feels to me like we will either have to look to try and negotiate with central government around a different funding tools for some of this, or we might end up having to accept that there are just equity gaps that are never going to be resolved, because I don't frankly know what other cuts to our existing networks we can achieve in order to try and make room for the kind of quantum of costs which has been flagged in some of these other options. Even option one's going to be expensive. I want to thank the officers for bringing this report forward, but Chair, I really do, through you, want to stress that the cost of the maintenance of our existing network needs to be of equal importance, not just about the new stuff that people want, but the cost of these facilities, because it's pretty significant. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was listening to some of the Mayor's questions as I came in. He holds the absolute key to this, the cost. We're coming up with eye-watering figures for these sorts of infrastructure projects. They're eye-watering in the private sector because most people are rolling around laughing till they cry. The contracting sector, the tears are because of the pain where they claw at each other to get a piece of the action. My fellow councillor, Councillor Henderson, has been campaigning for a pool in our area for a long time. He's right over this subject. He made a really good presentation there about where it sits, how we could do it in stages. And I remember him talking some time ago, if I'm correct, about costs of pools in places like Kaitaia and other places, where they do them for like 10% of the value we're talking about here. We could have our pool in the Faux, which should be first because it's been on the books so long for the West, but I'm really supportive of Councillor Henderson's push and initiative, which he's campaigned on and been pushing for ages. We could do it all if we kept the cost sensible. And, to Councillor Newman, depreciation isn't the answer to everything. Cost is the answer to everything. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Member Wilson.
Thank you. I didn't really understand or comprehend this was going to take a lot longer in terms of what was anticipated here, which was the investigation of all of the things that have been suggested in the subsequent. But we are here where we are. Just to address specifically D3, the rest, I guess we would have been happy with. It's got into investigating again in D3. It's more how it's positioned there, I guess. And local opportunity, it mentions such things as targeted rates, which has been a really, in terms of Māngere o Tahu local board and o Tarapapatoa local board, where they themselves suffered the notion of a targeted special rate to cover the cost of pools, libraries and the like. And luckily through the Mayor's office that was temporarily halted, and there's some appreciation. Whenever I see targeted rate in terms of a recommendation, it does make me quite nervous. Now, if it had just stopped there, if it had said targeted rate and other measures, I probably would have thought, yes, that's a good way forward in terms of it's not the only thing, but as it sits there, it looks like the only option that should be considered, and I would not like the team to think that that's something they should concentrate on, because I favour the notion of many options rather than the one option. And then the notion of specificity around option 4 and naming a specific area. I would like to think the team that is doing this work understands that it is everyone has a different viewpoint, and it should be looked in the same lens that I described before, equity lens. And for that only, won't be supporting that part in terms of 4. That should have gone right at the top. Absolutely acknowledge that, Mayor, but I thought that it would be sufficiently covered within the recommendations, but if it isn't that obvious, well, it is obvious now, and therefore support that part of the amendments. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Member Wilson. Councillor Baker.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, traditionally pools are the most expensive things we build and the most expensive things we operate. And I guess what concerns me, I wasn't going to say anything, but what concerns me is that we so quickly dive into basically each local board has to have their own pool, and each, and so the purpose of these network plans is to show where we've got a need, and really it shouldn't have any bearing at all on what local board it's in. It is there to serve the wider Auckland, and so people should be able to travel. And so I just get worried that we do it with other facilities as well. We start to dive into, there's got to be equity across local board areas. Well, there doesn't. People expect us to, take their rates and use it wisely and create a network. And this is what this was all about. This is the why. And I guess the how is to how we do it, because everyone wants to do it cheaper and faster and all that stuff. That's the how. That's the long-term plan discussion. That's the setting the budgets for this sort of stuff. I'm pleased to see that we recognise the ability to partner with people to do all sorts of things. You can have people who operate them, who take on the operating costs. We can partner with developers who are prepared to put in and build, and we lease. You know, we don't have to provide everything. We don't have to be the provider of all facilities. There are plenty of people out there who are prepared to do that. So I'm going to support this. I want to see these network plans. I mean, I think our map should just reverse and take out all of the local board boundaries and just put in where we should have facilities like this. Because as soon as if we don't do that, we just instantly sit around this table and local boards battle against each other, and it's what drives our thinking. When actually we're just here to make decisions for Auckland, and it doesn't matter what local board a facility sits in. So I just pleased to see this carry on. We've got a bit of work to do to find different ways of doing stuff, and this sort of indicates there's a bit of a willingness to do that.
Kia ora, Councillor. Mayor Brown.
Okay, thanks very much. It's been a long, winding road, this debate. And I feel a lot better about it having a bit, talking about much lower cost. I mean, the quote in there at $16,000 a square metre is more than the cost of the Park Hyatt Hotel. And I don't think we had it in mind that it would be like that. As long as number D4 actually also affects A, which is the 4 existing pools, I mean, I just want this cost thing to be thought right through. We've got to watch out for scope creep. As soon as we put in a pool, we have to have all these other things upstairs and added on. It's a bloody pool. And it should be staying as a pool. And if those other things want to be there, sometimes, and I get this, the thing, you have to have a provision everywhere. The next things will be deciding that everyone has to have a cinema. Everyone has to have a shopping complex. The market is working out that they put them where enough people are to go to. And so I don't want the people to feel picked on because it doesn't have to be particularly one and foul. But there are, I mean, God didn't provide nice beaches there either, but still people live there. And so we want to have a practical availability across the region for most people, most of these things. But we've spent a lot of money on public transport, and to alleviate and I think that keeping the cost down is the best way to make sure that disadvantaged communities are available for that, because otherwise just everything will be built in Hauraki. And that's not what I had in mind. So I think that I want to make sure that even if it's not up there, that there's pressure on staff to keep working with the education department who own most of the pools in the district. And they're not used. And I know that and Kerikeri has a wonderful pool because the government and the council jointly adhere to the running costs, and the pool gets it up till 4 in the afternoon, and the public have it after 4 and on Saturdays and Sundays. And they're the same people actually. And that gets around some of the operating costs which are due to over safety requirements. You have to have lifeguards for a bloody pool that's 1,200 mils deep, for goodness. We're interfering with natural selection. The bit about targeted rates is that targeted rates, well, we don't have them on every beach actually, but targeted rates does show what they really want, what would they pay for, because there's a huge gap between what people would be prepared to pay for and what they want. And if you go and ask everybody what do you want, of course they want a wave pool in there as well. They want all these other things. And we never got a wave pool for bugger all out there, and we're competing with a wave pool up North Shore. It's just going to cost you quite a bit to go in. And so overall, I can just about bring myself to vote for this now, but we've got to know that better, cheaper, faster isn't just a slogan. It's what is the actual value of providing that service. And to even think of $100 million for a pool is unbelievable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee. Kia ora.
Thank you. It would be nice to get acknowledgement when one has one's hand up. But anyway, thank you. I think this issue inadvertently puts a finger on the fundamental problem that this council has with its financial management, and that is the sheer cost of, in this case, swimming pools. When you think about it, they are not particularly high-tech, and they're largely filled with water. But anyway, the problem here is, since the advent of the so-called super city, with its massive funding, I think we've made one swimming pool, correct me if I'm wrong, in Albany. And I think that was planned under the Legacy North Shore City Council, and nothing else. And why is this? And part of the problem is the affordability question. And so I think what is missing from the report is, why is it that the legacy councils could build so many pools? I'm just thinking of Glen Innes, for instance, in Panmure. The Mount Wellington Borough Council back in the 60s built 2 significant swimming pools from their very modest rates income. So what is going wrong? And I think the Mayor and Councillor Turner realise there's something strange about the cost of these things. And I think what is missing from this report, and it would apply across the board, so it'd be a useful exercise, is some independent investigation of why the hell could it be affordable under the legacy days with those councils, borough councils, they could actually provide swimming pools to their very limited number of ratepayers, and for everyone outside that particular area as well if they chose, and we can't do it ourselves. Why is that? And it applies across the board. And I think we need to come to grips with this problem and don't avoid it saying, oh, it's all about, we'll get someone else to pay for it, get the government, get the private sector, have a targeted rate. That's all cost problems. That's all supply side, not demand side, not the cost issue. We need to sort out the cost issue as a primary problem because it applies right across the board, and it's really why, despite all sorts of promises, Auckland Council is not being fixed. We don't have a revenue problem, we have an expenditure problem. We're not getting value for money, and we need to do something about it. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Filipaina.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Look, Louise, to you, to your team, in particular, Koro, thank you so much for the report. Councillor Baker covered a little bit of what I wanted to say, and that is the how. I know that there are some people around this table that get tired of me of always talking about evidence-based decision making, and this particular item is going to be evidence-based because it's going to come back to us for a decision around where our aquatic facilities need to be. So to Louise, your team, Koro, just thank you so much, and all those involved within council. Hermana, I just wanted to also acknowledge yourself, Councillor Ferry, the Deputy Chair, because I know you've been, again, both have been working behind the scenes to accommodate people that have contacted you personally, and Councillor Ferry in regards to the recommendations. So, ngā mihi kia kōrua to you both. Our fire, Karen Wilson, ended up mentioning again some of the stuff I wish to say. That is about the ability for the local boards to put in a targeted rate. So the option that you've included in both yourself and the Deputy Chair's recommendation, again, I will be supporting, because the targeted rate that in the Manuka ward that both Councillor Luktuifuli and I represent, they have from the beginning put their targeted rate in regards to our respective pools. Also acknowledge, and this is my last whakaaro to this particular item, I just want to also acknowledge Councillor Henderson, to you and your predecessor, as well as Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, and everybody involved. And Councillor Sayers, I remember you, I think when you first got onto council, pushing for a pull out your ways, and you and the rest of the councillors are pushing it. I will be supporting the recommendations, as I said earlier, and also at this stage, the recommendations to continue to go with the 4 areas that we're looking at. And that's because I know the reports coming back to the governing body, to the policy committee, is going to be evidence-based. So ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, and thank you, Hermana. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Because I'm going to close it off after me. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Yes, this I appreciate the team for working on this. It is a tough one. We do have issues of provision across Auckland. Public school pools, there is a massive issue there. So there's been about a reduction of half of all school pools since I was a kid. So schools all over Auckland and New Zealand are closing. Out of 16 regions, we're the 4th lowest. So we have only 40% of our schools have pools now, whereas up in Northlandmere, 85% of schools have pools. So it's quite a discrepancy in our city, and that comes down to the Ministry of Education generally not funding or allowing schools to fund the costs. So they're closing them, but they're definitely not building them. So we do have a provision issue in Auckland compared to other parts. The only ones below us, I think, are Wellington and Otago. So we are among the lowest out of 16. The other issues looking across Australia, they're all sitting at about $100 million for a pool. 68 is the lowest I could find. The North Sydney outdoor pool is getting a $122 million upgrade. Of course, there's heritage things there. But if you look, Queensland, Victoria, New South Wales, they're all about $100 million. One had a $48 million blowout, so please try and avoid that. But, you know, so we are looking at similar costs for large aquatic facilities, disappointingly. But I will look at the Nainai pool as an example. Yes, they had government funding, I think about 27 million, but the Nainai pool in Hutt City, that took about a 3-year turnaround from closure in 2019 to opening 23 or 24. It was 68 million, but that did include the fitness space, hydroslides, things like that. So I think to the Mayor's point, we need to know what is Rolls-Royce aquatic facility, what is, you know, and I grew up with hydroslides at the Glenfield pool, they're pretty cool, but, you know, we need to know what is actually needed and what is optional, and to give the community an idea of that. So if we're talking about averages, and we're talking about hydroslides, fitness centres, outdoor courts, as well as a pool facility, then maybe we should just be talking about the pool facility so we get an idea of what that actual cost is. Because I think we're trying to conflate too much. On the other hand, it might make a lot of sense to use the same bit of land with the same car park, the same changing rooms, the same admin space, the same cafe, to have a couple of indoor courts, because we've got a massive issue with the lack of indoor courts as well. The issue in New Zealand, we have one of the highest drowning statistics in the world, in the OECD, nearly double Australia, much higher than Canada and the UK. Don't know if that's to do with our lack of aquatic facilities, but clearly it probably is a piece of the puzzle. We have millions and millions of lessons each year in our public pools. You know, I've got a 4-year-old son. He loves the beach, but he cannot and has not learnt confidence and has not learnt how to swim at the beach. It's been in a small pool in a public facility with teachers, you know, and that's given him great confidence to run, you know, headfirst into the waves, and that's great. But, you know, there are things that we need public pools for. It's great that option 2 and 3 include those harbour pools. I think that the harbour pool, you know, I think some people were a bit of a sceptic of the Karanga Plaza pool. It has been super popular for events, for people of all ages. It's really cool to go down there in the summer and see it all going on, but it is low numbers overall as a city, but we could do that. But I think it's a transition to a pool like that once you've got your confidence in some of our facilities. There's also water polo, diving, a bunch of swimming. We've had some Olympic swimmers and Commonwealth Games swimmers in our time. They start learning in our council pools usually and move forward to maybe ocean swimming and things like that. So I think our facilities that provide spaces for community at different times of their lives, older people, aqua aerobics, things like that, that's not really happening at Piha, let's say, in the waves there. But I think this will help us, have that sort of moment where we go, shoot, this is a lot of money. What's it going to cost? There's a lot of requests around this table and around local boards of we'd like more, but not often a hand up to go, but we're happy to put the rates up higher. But it will help us claim or have a plan for DCs and growth charges. We just don't have a good way to get good projects in the list to actually charge DCs for. A lot of people don't realise we need to be planning so far ahead to be able to lock in a good costed project to apply for DCs and growth charges from the next lot of developments in our city. So I think this is good, it's straightforward, it will bring us back all those ins and outs. A lot of work for the team to do. We are trying to narrow it down with 2 and 3, but granted there may be local boards who put forward a bit of money to go, can you scope up a possibility for us for 5-10 years away. So I think this is important to our community, but I thank you all for the debate today and the ability to change some of the recommendations. We'll take it as a whole, but of course you can note your opposition to a point if you'd like. Please let the team know so that's officially recorded. So all those in favour?
Aye.
Any opposed? Perfect. So overall I'll say it's unanimous, but I know there'll be people who want to note their... Yeah. Are there anyone who would like to note their opposition? Cool. So Councillor Gillen...
Chair, abstention on D3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hang on. So
Yeah.
Councillor Henderson, you'd like an abstention
on D3.
3? We've got Councillor Gillen would like opposition to A and B.
And Chair, thank you. If I could just note opposition to A and B as well.
Okay. Councillor Sayers, opposition to A and B? A and B. Right. D3 for Member Wilson.
Thank you.
Cool.
Could I abstention on D3 also, please?
Abstention D3 for Councillor Patterson-Hammer. Cool. Right. Thank you. Well, we are at 5-1, so we'll come back at 1:40 for from lunch. Thank you. And Jackie's coming up, and Dave. Petra. I'll move this one, and Toria asked if she could second it. Councillor Short, sorry. Cool. Kia ora. It's very exciting work here. I'll let you, who's going to kick off? Dave, sorry.
Good afternoon, councillors, members. Just wanted to introduce the team in front of us today. I've got Jackie Reid, Senior Analyst within the Natural Environment Strategy Unit of Policy Department, and Graham Jones, who's now Licensing and Compliance Department with the Proactive Compliance Team, and Dave Allen, Manager Natural Environment Strategy Policy Department. Sediment's a big issue. It's been with us for ever since we thought about things like growth and development, and I guess we can't think about growth and development without thinking about some of the environmental issues. So what we've been obviously trying to think about over many decades is how we actually better address some of these environmental issues as a result of land use and land use changes. So Jackie will do a presentation today in terms of this particular program, which is a strategic approach, which is trying to look for the value add, looking for the doing things smarter, better, faster, and Jackie will overview some of the technology and innovation that's been applied in this area. Thank you, Jackie.
Kia ora koutou. We came to you in 2024 with an update on the strategic approach to sediment program. Since then, we've been investigating some new technology and platform to increase our efficiency in how we approach the complex problem of sediments eroding off the land. The strategic approach to sediment has 6 key focus areas. We collectively look across all of these to identify efficiencies or gains within existing programs and to coordinate all the operational departments that we work with to see if we can get those gains. Sediments cause significant issues. If they do enter our waterways, we can lose species, habitats and associated values, and we're continuously looking for ways to deliver improvement. Start moving on. Thank you. We've been using small cameras to monitor sediment movement on sites at construction sites. This is the highway development in the north of Auckland. The small cameras detect sediments coming into what's called a sediment retention pond. You have a forebay where the sediments are channeled into. They can settle out there during certain types of storm events, but in big storm events like this, the forebay will become full and then the water will go into the main pond. So what we've been investigating here is the use of machine learning models, so we can tag areas of interest in these images and teach the machine learning model to identify where we want to investigate issues as they arise. So we're designing this with the operators at the site, and so it's operational staff at the site and our compliance team and technology experts so that we can quickly get on top of issues as they arise. Next slide, please. Thanks, Sandra. This is another example of something we would like to investigate, is where a sediment plume comes into the forebay and it doesn't settle out in the forebay, it comes straight across into the other main pond. So we can send alerts to our staff when this happens, and then they can log into the platform and quickly identify what's going on, and they can send teams out to get on top of it. So we want to get ahead of the issue before it actually leaves the site. Next slide. So we've gone from small cameras on one site to now looking at satellite imagery. And previously in 2024, we talked about the Bare Earth model, where we trained a machine learning model to identify exposed bare earth on properties pre and post Gabrielle. So taking that model, we're now looking at the property level, whether there's been any bare earth exposed over time. Because we get satellite imagery over time, what we can do is identify where we've got earthworks on sites or other activities on sites where earth is exposed. So this particular two examples of a property, the bar graphs on the left show a percentage of the property that's having earthworks on it over time, and that's across 1 year. And then the bar graph, the bottom bar graph, is the metre square or the land area that's exposed. And this is really useful, so we can toggle through different timestamps to identify where the main works has happened. And this can also be developed into a risk management tool, so we can add in layers such as the river network, whether there's an ecologically significant site. We can also work with iwi and their rohi to identify areas that are particularly important to them, and we can triage these sites to go out and identify where we send the proactive compliance guys to go and see if this is actually something of issue here, whether there's a resource consent or not. Next slide. The proactive compliance team have been working really hard over the last 7 years. They've basically turned around what was a 95% non-compliance in 2019 on the first visit at small and medium construction sites to now nearly 90% compliance on first visit at these sites. So where we have site visits on these small locations, we're getting the result we want. And so by developing new tools, what we're hoping to do is get further across the region and different scenarios. So not just the small and medium sites, but other sites that we wouldn't normally visit. Next slide, please. We've proposed a sediment roadmap to 2100. We've been working with staff at council, subject matter experts, to really kind of set a kind of direction of coordinating the different departments over time. There's 3 phases to this roadmap. The first phase is to 2035, and the next slide goes into a bit more detail on the first phase. The middle phase is to 2050, where we keep improving things across the region, and we really are on top of things around the climate change scenarios we're getting. And then by 2100, we are really looking at that whole of catchment approach and delivering a really good outcome for those catchments. Next slide, please. So the immediate actions to 2035, a lot of these programs are already underway. What we want to do is focus their attention and priorities so that we can really make some gains by coordinating effort. Some of the technology that we want to use, we want to see if we can operationalise that within our current programmes. So the strategic approach to sediment really is about working smarter, being more cost effective, getting a good return on our investment and time, and really trial this new technology and innovation and go out with the proactive compliance team and ground truth that so that we can get these alerts before the sediments leave site and go onto our waterways. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that is just scratching the surface of the work that has been done and is being done. So it's really exciting, exciting stuff for our environment, but also for, I guess, affordability of the way of doing this going forward. We can do more for less, I guess, as well. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. I get really concerned about everything relying on technology driven by electricity. If the electricity runs out, the technology is all dead, and we're back to horseback riding out there to have a look for ourselves. What's the driver? Is the driver that we're trying to see more with the same staff budget? Why are we relying on this, satellite technology? Just because it's there? What does it offer?
I don't mind answering that question. The satellite technology we experimented with in 2019, I think it was, where we started trying to use it to get us out to small sites when the earthworks first happened. And one of the big challenges with that was the amount of cloud cover, believe it or not. I mean, this week it would have been great for satellite technology, but some weeks obviously a lot of cloud cover. So what we're doing now is using it, and part of the project that we're working on is to look for illegal earthworks that we wouldn't otherwise see. And the satellite technology we are using is through the Copernicus network, and it uses Sentinel satellite, which is free, the actual satellite data itself. So there's no cost in doing that. So it's quite a cost-effective way of looking for land changes, ground changes.
So, sorry, you were going to...
Sorry, just to add that previously or historically, the compliance staff would run around in a car and do their inspections, and there wouldn't be any. The tools that we've now got actually can direct staff to known instances of problems. So it actually is helping us get to site a lot quicker and more efficiently. So that's just another element of the technology value.
So the land earth movement rules I know of are based on a volumetric base. So many cubes can be moved, and that, which could be 1 square metre, 7 metres deep, rather than 7 square metres. Your machinery can recognise this, can it?
It's looking at surface movement, but the reality is, you know, it's going. I mean, a lot of what we're trying to do is look where we've got issues and then go and ground truth those issues. So it doesn't necessarily get away with somebody actually physically going and looking at the site.
And what do you do about rural activities like ploughing a field, rotary hoeing a field, planting beans?
Yep, that's a challenge. When we first did it on small sites down in the Pukekohe area, we deliberately picked Pukekohe because you can have building platforms next door to bare earth, and that is a problem. But half the key thing about this is using machine learning to then take those sites and those fields out of the equation going forward.
And you mentioned climate change at one stage there, and with the machine learning, are we talking about making models again where we...
The predictions for climate change is that sedimentation will increase in the Auckland region between 14 and 75%. So what we want to do is make sure that when we are using these types of tools, we've got a network of small cameras, satellite imagery, sensors in streams, etc., that we tailor them to areas where we know we're going to get see that and find an increase in the sedimentation in those areas, like the high hill country, erosion, gully systems, etc. So we're trying to tailor our approach for now, but also think about the future and those risky areas. Yeah.
And it's also, it verifies, the machine learning process will verify over time and improve its predictability. So we'll take on new information as it comes to hand. So we'll make sure that the models are therefore fit for purpose, looking into the future.
Sorry, you just diverted. It makes me think of the debate we've just had about how to vote, and we've been told that they won't use digital, online voting because people don't trust it. I wonder if I trust your learnt machine to be sensible with the process. But anyway, that to one side, my conspiracy to one side. I saw your photos there where you've got hefty brownfield, greenfield stuff, and you've managed to put in an actual aqueduct system kind of thing where you're catching all the different product and settlement ponds, and I saw it all staged going down the hill there. But I actually got photos, I can't bore you with them now, but I've got them on my phone, I've been taking them recently. I got photos of a lot of roadside work, the slips in West Auckland. The one in particular that I can mention, a bridge that the council's just done the underpiling of the bridge. And they put a whole bunch of effort into silt control in the river, etc. What happens when they're finished? They pull up the silt control, and where does the silt go? Down the river. So I'm looking at the reality of the costs where, is this machinery going to deliver us a practical, sensible outcome on the ground, or is it just going to be more costly compliancing?
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, the satellite bare earth detection is just part and parcel of, it's a tool. It's one of the tools we've got. Jackie mentioned we've got a network of sensors, and it's a small network, but I've got sediment sensors downstream from some construction sites, and we're trying to optimize where we put those. Now, those sensors also give me a text alert if the turbidity of the water rises too much. And they've been absolutely fantastic. You know, I've got a small team, but that team can get out there and look where the source of that is. You know, and it's surprising, it's actually quite a good deterrent factor as well, because we're not frightened of telling people that we're actually looking in the stream what's going on. So we've had an incident where we've got one of those out west, and as soon as we made mention of the fact that we've got that downstream detection, everything improved dramatically.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One subsequent little one then. So if that's working so well, and I can understand it, it's kind of like a speed camera, right? What's the dollar value improvement by extrapolating out? What sort of cost are we spending on this machine learning satellite looking thingy?
So we're using free satellite imagery, so that's no cost. The platform builds on information we've already got, so there's limited costs there. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars for this, and it helps triage sites, uses our staff time more effectively. We can identify things that you wouldn't normally see from the road or from moving around. You know, we can actually sort of zoom in from the desk before we even leave the office to identify potential sites to look at. So I would say it's very cheap to operate, and the satellite imagery is free, ongoing from now. Yeah.
Thank you.
We're doing this anyway, right? But I guess for Councillor Turner's benefit, the normal way is waiting for someone to complain or peering over fences or things like that. This, we don't just use, for the public's view, I guess, we don't just use the picture for enforcement, we then go visit, right? But this is giving us a broader, easier, quicker, free look at changes to the land, isn't it?
And just to add, this is just one tool in the toolbox in terms of the things we've sort of tried to articulate in this report. So there's a suite of ways we can, address sediment management. So we're trying to look for where those things can be improved across the council group, whether it's a compliance activity or maybe some of the other operational activities. So just to round off the fact that we are looking at all the different ways to make improvements.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
In that suite of potential improvements, there is quite a strong school of thought, certainly amongst people who've been working, with sedimentation over many, many years, that stopping the erosion in the first place is by far and away the easiest and most effective tool that's available, and that sediment control can be quite complex, and certainly the fences and ponds obviously do help to control the runoff. They generally come under pressure or fail during really high rain events. So I'm not sure of exactly. I've seen there was some passing reference to erosion control, but it being a major focus. What's your view on that? And I'm thinking particularly in terms of consent conditions, like the way that or the length of time exposed earth can be allowed, can be permitted. So is that an effective tool in spelling out and reducing that amount of time that then sediment runoff can occur? The covering unworked exposed soil. I'm thinking particularly of the small business building sites with rock and tarpaulin and topsoil and those sort of things. So really just a feedback on that notion of really controlling the erosion at the source, using the consent conditions to be quite prescriptive about that, and in particular looking to outside that period to actually have that soil covered in some way so there is no sediment produced.
So we're aware of that discussion being raised through community of practice and through some of the local area initiatives. So that's something that has been taken on board, and preventing material eroding in the first place is also another way to look at things. And I guess there's a guidance document that's been produced at the moment, which is sort of trying to look at good practice. And I guess the other thing is that with the resource management reforms, it'll be interesting to see what level of consenting will be available and what conditions will be available to councils in terms of what they can do. So there's a number of things there that we have to work through just to see how we can actually get some of the outcomes that have been raised by the community in this particular example.
I guess when we do talk about that community, we are in a number of instances talking to people who have quite a degree of expertise and have been at the forefront of this battle for many years. To a layperson like myself, those kind of very basic consent conditions with, you know, a time limit on soil uncovered and, on the other hand, you know, requirements to cover the soil, it's, you know, it's not the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff like the sedimentation pond, it's at the very start. So I guess, Dave, I'm wondering what resistance, if any, you know, given how long this has been going on and the, you know, the high profile of it, what resistance is there to that sort of consent conditions and those, you know, those requirements to just, you know, to cover up? Yeah, why has that not been given added impetus, given that it seems a very obvious solution from the start?
I think the opportunity will be taken in the context of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management in terms of what additional controls might be brought in through our combined plan in the future. And I guess we're obviously operating at the moment through our existing plan and the consenting processes that are in place for that in terms of how they're conditioned. I think it's been raised a number of times, as you quite rightly point out, and I think it's been there's some practical issues around how earthworks is done from just a day-to-day practice point of view that may not necessarily be a condition of a consent, but there may be some other avenues that we can explore for some types of you know, small works that might be a possibility. So we haven't yet, I haven't talked to consents. I don't think we've had a chance to talk to consents about it in more detail about what might be the barrier, so to speak, for that kind of approach. But I know it's been discussed within that context, but I think it's within a range of different responses, not necessarily the only one.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Gillen.
Thank you. Look, I'm very supportive of this, but I'd like to understand what the gap is. So it says in the report that you've been visiting 17,500 site visits across small and medium construction sites in the year. How many are not being proactively visited? What is that gap?
Well, I can answer how we do that because I project manage that particular project. So it got its name, the GAP project, and it's sort of stuck for the last 6 years. And that originated on the fact that the whole point of that project was to fill the gap between the building consent being granted and the first council inspection being done by a building inspector. So I've got a team of 4 that proactively go out and visit all new building consents for sort of single, small residential dwellings. So that's driven by the building consents that are granted per month. So they normally have, I would say, probably between 500 and 600 new builds a month that they go and look at based on that list. So if it's a residential build, we will be picking it up. So technically there isn't any that don't get looked at, to be quite honest. Not if it falls under that criteria.
Okay, that's really good to know. Thank you very much for that.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Member Wilson, and sorry you got locked off the list before.
Yay. Thank you. It's nice to see you again. Dave was seeing quite a lot of you at the moment, so that's testament to all the good mahi that you're doing. Hey, look, I wanted to say yay, believe it or not, in terms of the... I concentrated on this item in terms of the report on the analysis and advice that you've put in there, and I like the notion that after everything that had been put forward, you decided to come up with some initiatives. I really appreciate that. And the initiatives are 1, 2, 3, and I did hear the kōrero around why is it, was it because it was readily available that you decided to utilise 1 to 3 to report on an update? What was it about those 3 initiatives? Were they already in train? So that's my partai. Why in this place and space, exciting is it? I don't understand the full range, but I'm just interested in how you came to those 3 initiatives.
So 2 years ago, we decided to focus on innovation and the technology because we knew it was advancing, and the use of satellite imagery after Cyclone Gabrielle. So we wanted to utilise what we already had within our programmes to advance, the development of it. We were using small cameras on these small construction sites at the time, so we repurposed them onto the bigger construction sites to see if we could still pick up information there. The third one, which was in Whatapu Stream, we were alerted to a problem there, and so we put some real-time monitoring out into the stream to see if we could identify where sediments were coming from. And at the time, we were quite lucky because the road was closed, and so we could get a control with no vehicles. And then when they opened the road, there were vehicles going onto the road. And so we decided that that was actually quite an important opportunity to take up. So that we could say for sure what part of the road was affecting, sediments were coming off and going into the stream. So it was just opportunity. And because we didn't have a large operating budget, we were just building on what we had before to get a gain. Yeah.
Well done. Another part, if I can, please. So I like the notion that you're describing the input by mana whenua in terms of the water strategy and specifically what that was, which was, well, it's in there. And so I'm appreciating that. Can you tell me then, because you talk about the roadmap, your strategic roadmap that you're utilising, of what you've completed to date, which has been touched on really, really briefly, what have they demonstrated? Because you talk about low cost and achievable in short time frames. Do you have a mechanism by which you have accountability around how it's going to date?
So at the moment, in the first phase of the roadmap, we've included a lot of the programs that are already operating. And for example, some of those will already have got involvement with mana whenua. We haven't exactly engaged directly with mana whenua on this draft sediment roadmap because they're already in kind of some of that discussion's already embedded in it through these other programs. But what we are interested in doing is seeing how we can involve mana whenua as these programs continue and kind of embed it into a direction piece across the operational program so that we can keep getting the gains between the operators and build on what we're already developing within the programs. Dave, do you want to add to that?
And just more broadly, in terms of evaluation of success, it speaks to an earlier observation about how we do that. We have got particular focus for some of the programs that are really trying to nail the benefit. For others, we're sort of trying to work with those operational departments to sort of test out how we can appropriately evaluate the success of whatever they're doing currently and see if we can find any improvement. So this speaks to the fact this is an approach of a program which is sort of looking at those opportunities, trying to see where some value add is, taking advantage of new technology in this case in the last couple of years and building on that and trying to get the wins along the way. So the program will adapt over time. We've got those short-term, mid-term, long-term phases, and we've got a number of things in the short term that we'd like to try and focus in on and get the collaboration across the organisation to be at least trying to all do their respective part to meet those things, because those are the things that the community of practice within Auckland Council has identified as the top things that we should be really trying to get some runs on the board for. So it'll be an iterative process, but we'll look for those evaluation opportunities along the way.
So it'd be just good to see when you are providing these progress updates that there is a mechanism. I know councillors around here have expressed the notion of being able evidentially, because there's some exciting stuff there that I just don't think is being as well represented as it should be. So appreciate it. It was very good. Thank you.
And just, sorry, an add on there is that the Unsealed Rural Road program is an example where we have done a little bit of work which has shown up some benefits in terms of environmental outcomes as well, and we've been engaging with Auckland Transport to try and get them to, look at how they consider environmental outcomes. So in the situation where you might have some slips along certain rural roads, how are we addressing, one or two, how are we addressing those sorts of issues? So, we're taking those opportunities as they come along and trying to get our different business groups to try and adapt their programs to do something better.
Kia ora. Thank you, Member Wilson. Councillor Short.
Thank you. I'm in no means an expert in the space. I am still learning. But my curiosity lies around the bare earth detection and estimation model. And specifically in my ward, there have been countless times where I've driven past a section of land that has been sold. It has been cleared out. A rainy day comes along and you see the sediment running off, and I literally sit there going, what in the kumquat is happening? But I just wanted to know, yes, there will be, I guess, fines that happened to this developer, but are there other ramifications that happen in regards to their resource consenting or anything else that comes up if they are wanting to develop? Or is it just a fine, here you go, and you can put in your resource consent because it's fine?
It's a really good question. I used to be a compliance officer. I'd have to go back and be absolutely sure to answer your question. But normally if there is an infringement notice, there may well be additional things that developer will need to do, but I will have to go back and check for sure. I mean, I don't want to.
Yeah, look, I think it's a good question for us to go and follow up on, but I think if the council became aware of some activities that might inform us as to how we might approach a consent later on, that might be one way of looking at it in terms of an immediate response to you now.
Yeah.
But I think the fines also have been increased in recent times, so they are getting much more significant.
Yeah.
And having a bearing on people's behaviour, and maybe some of the compliance we're seeing in terms of the on-site works is partly in response to the fact that there's a bit of a infringement regime now, or penalty regime now, which is a little bit more severe than it was.
Yeah, I'm just mindful, it's a fine at the end of the day, or an infringement, right? And that might mean nothing to some developers, but a red flag on their file might mean something more further down the track. I was also wondering, I've got a group in my neck of the woods, the Long Bay Great Park Society, who actively monitor sedimentation, runoff, etc. How is this being socialised to them? Because I'm sure that this would be something of keen interest to them.
Yeah, most of those community groups around sort of Long Bay and the East Coast bays I'm familiar with. They know what we've got on the ground to do the monitoring that we do. So there's pretty good communication with those particular groups there, most definitely.
Beautiful, thank you.
And just to add that they were invited and participated in a number of community of practice events of late, so we are obviously taking steps to involve them in the process of how we're approaching this issue across the council.
Beautiful, especially with the Long Bay Akura Marine Reserve, so yeah, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor, thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think you might put me at the post there, that reading the report there about the Watapu stream and stuff, and I was just trying to tie that back into the Unsealed Road Improvement Program, which I think you've just mentioned to the committee. But are there other, I mean, that's good for the unsealed, is that the only, because I think that's the only capital budget there is to do any work on that unsealed roading network. Would that be right? I don't think Auckland Transport has access to other monies. It has to all come through that program.
So for the Whatapu Road, that under the current criteria, it wouldn't meet the minimum to be able to be upgraded through the Unsealed Rural Road programme. Environment is only one of the key factors in their decision making. What we're doing at the moment is talking to the Auckland Transport maintenance team to see if they can use their maintenance budget to make the improvements we need to keep the sediments from being, from entering the stream. So we haven't looked for any new money, but it would only be a small section of the road as it goes down towards the bridge. And then the car park maintenance budget would need to be used. So we're not requesting any new money. It's to use the maintenance budget to solve the problem of the sediment running off the road.
So the learnings that we've had from that, I mean, there's sites right across that unsealed. Still, 10% of Auckland's roads are still unsealed. Not all of them need to be sealed, but a good chunk of them probably do now. So what the data that you've collected and experienced from Watapu Stream must surely exist at other sites across that network, and how would we ever identify those?
So the work we showed in 2024 was using that satellite imagery and bare earth model, using slope and also proximity to streams and ecologically significant areas to prioritise sections of road that would need to be prioritised. So it was that red, amber, green sections of road. So the red are the ones that would be sediment generating. And so we could quickly identify portions of road that would need that particular management of sediment. Yeah, and whether you could use the maintenance budget, I don't know. I mean, it depends on the road, yeah.
So in general, the point is that the methodology that we've been using has benefits to assessment across the whole region in terms of rural roads in this example. And there may be some other things that we've just done in this recent time in terms of some of the sensors we've been using in the Watapu Stream that provides a more cost-effective means to actually assess the risk associated with sediment in the local stream. So it's a methodologies, it's a technology here that we're trying to showcase, and if we can get others in the operational space to be cognizant of the opportunity, that's something they can give them more rich decision-making in terms of how they then go about prioritising against available budgets. So,
that's really, I think that's terrific, that cooperation between the different departments and the CCOs. And in terms of the impact of that sediment, like I'm just trying to, like, is it bad off those unsealed roads compared to the other cases you're looking for? Is sediment off unsealed roads contributing a lot of sediment compared to other areas, or causes?
So the sediment coming off the unsealed road at Whatapu, yeah, that has a consequence for some of the more sensitive species that are living in the stream at that site. It is a continuous source of fine sediment that goes into our streams from the unsealed rural roads. I would say that a lot of those roads are close to some of our significant ecological areas, and it is a concern. The sensors out of Whatapu Stream confirm that. It's also confirmed that the source of sediment is linked to vehicle traffic over the weekends out at Whatapu. So from that evidence base, it would suggest that similarly would be a cause of concern. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I guess I don't know if I'm picking up on Councillor Short's line of questioning here or not, but I don't know if you can comment on it, but it might be helpful if you can, and that's around prosecution versus infringement. So, people can, my impression is that, my understanding is that developers or whoever's creating sediment pretty well don't get prosecuted or fined, or can't get fined by the council, and rarely are prosecuted because it's such an expensive exercise to take them through the courts. Therefore, it kind of goes unchecked. And have you got any comment about, is my understanding correct? And B, I think it would have to be a legislative change if we wanted to be able to infringe rather than have to prosecute, i.e. hand out a fine versus taking somebody to court. Is that right?
So yes, there is powers to infringe people now, and those penalties, staff have been across the country have been advocating for those to be increased for some years. The current penalty rate for, I think, a company is about 4,000 Graham, I think, $4,000 for an incident. So, you know, it's there. It's better than what it was, which I think was $750 previously. So, prosecutions are relatively rare. That's probably fair. But I think it's about saying, how do we get the changing behaviours across the industry, whether it's the earthworks industry, roading contractors or other land users, and trying to get them to sort of try and do the right thing. And so, you know, obviously there's a process we go through with abatements and before we get to infringements, but, you know, so there's a process. Graham, do you want to comment anything?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, just to give you a bit of an inkling, I've been doing compliance work for a long time, and when we first started doing, and I'm going back to pre-Auckland Council now, so we were doing stuff under the old district rules, and the infringements were $300 for not putting sediment controls in and meeting the district plan rule. So you ask yourself, your average small site builder, to actually install a silt fence is going to cost an awful lot more money than that $300. So, you know, for a builder at that point, it was worth the risk. And the chances are they probably wouldn't get caught. Whether, you know, because the fines now, I mean, we're regularly giving out fines of $3,000, $4,000 now. And trust me, that's made quite a big difference. So that changed, I think it was something like the 4th of September last year. So those old fines, I suspect, have been present since 1991 at those levels. So they were changed last year, and that's making, you know, quite an impact now. Trust me, I get a lot of appeals for fines now that I wasn't before. So, yeah.
Indulgence, Chair, just a supplementary to that. Probably one of the things that I have reported to me the most of concern around sediment is the kind of, if you like, unconsented clean fill, right? So going dumping near a stream on somebody's farm, and they pay the farmer potentially to do it. Farmer ends up with probably unstable land and don't know that they're held liable for the rest of the ownership of that property, and the person who's had the privilege of dumping the dirt there, you know, walks away. So is that those infringements, do they incorporate capturing that type of activity, particularly in rural Franklin and Rodney?
I think I'll tie that back to the bare earthworks detection, because with a lot of those jobs, I went through the list of illegal earthworks jobs that were recorded in compliance a few years ago, and it's quite a long list. But the reality is, unless somebody complains about it, we're talking a rural area where, you know, someone could fill a stream and no one ever be any the wiser. With this bare earth detection that we're picking up with the satellites, you will see those changes. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It also might be good to get some examples, not today, but of what we do in the prosecution space, because there are some good examples where we have prosecuted, but due to the cost normally outweighing any type of fine, even through prosecution, sometimes it's more about the sending a message than the money. But having those higher fines now actually makes it worth not going through the graduated approach. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Thank you. Councillor Short asked one of the questions I had, and Member Wilson asked one of the other ones, so I've only got one left. Yay. You're talking about coordinating across council group. Would that include, or could that extend to other regions who feed into some of the same water sources? I'm just mentioning because this topic actually came up at Hauraki Golf Forum on Monday. We had Thames Coromandel, Waikato region, Matamata Piako actually all raise this. So is there scope to chat to our neighbours?
So the community practice meeting that we had in May, we had over 200 attendees, and a lot of those were online from regional councils around the country. So it does reach different regions. From my background research, no other council has got a sediment roadmap, so we'll be the first to give it a go. With some of the approaches we're taking and the collaboration that we're encouraging is, yes, we can share these things with other regional councils. Something like the bare earth detection and estimation model could be used across the whole country. It's not just necessarily Auckland, it's something that we could improve across many regions. Yeah, and GDO5, our guidance document, is also used by other regional councils. So we are seen as a bit of a leader in this area.
And then if they, yeah, which is awesome. But then if they do take up on that, then that then in turn supports us. So that's lovely, isn't it? Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Brown, and then I'll go back to Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. I generally support the work you're doing. Good stuff. It's not just machine learning. We want to have the people learning as well as the machines, if that's all right. What you are in a position to feed back is what works and what doesn't. Because in the sediment control thing, and I've done a number of large subdivisions, the main works you're limited to, the producers, are quite simple stuff, silt fences and hay bales, and some of it sounds a bit agricultural, but hay bales actually work quite well. And so if you could every so often give a learnings, it'd be really good to the sector. That'd be a big positive out of it. Cliffs and unretained road cuts are always going to be there. We're not going to be able to retain our road cuts. They're just too expensive. And so they're there. I presume you monitor them or something or other. I'm not quite sure what you learn from that, but they're there. Unsealed roads is another area that provides quite a lot of this. And there have been some lessons we've learnt from that. And I'm hoping that you're in a position to give some feedback. We have found that where the road maintenance involves the digger driver digging into the drain and bringing back the fines and connecting that and grinding that up with the crushed rock, you get a much better sealed surface with a lot less runoff than if you just put new crushed metal on the road, which some of them do because there's good money in taking crushed metal out of your quarry and spreading it on the road and charging us $45 a cube. It does a poor job. So if you could manage to keep an eye out for that as well, that'd be really good. I was wondering, the other thing is that after heavy storms, you'll notice that this big plume goes out into the sea. And I wondered if we could extend this into perhaps drone coverage of the plumes after the sea and kind of see how we're managing that in comparison to the size of various storms. It is a natural thing, and that's what, it's been going on for millennia, but we're trying to slow it down a little bit is what I'm trying to understand here. And so maybe a chance to introduce a drone into that. I'm really excited that you're doing it with high tech and good stuff like this, and the more the better you can get on it. There's the odd contentious thing that we don't do because it's contentious, even if it works. And I've had a lot to do with loose metal roads over the years, or what I like to call them now is unsealed roads, because loose metal roads are terrible, but if you have unsealed roads, which is rolled and compacted mixture of fines and stones, you get a really good result. But it was very popular for many years just to do oil sprays. And that fell foul of the Green Lobby without any evidence. Just the word oil was enough to upset everybody. But in fact, when you do oil sprays on a very dusty road, you get a new product. The oil aggregates with the dust to form a hard material, in much the same way as we make concrete. You put wet water with dry cement, and you don't get something that's wet. And it was particularly successful. And I wonder if it's not possible for us to do a couple of trials where you can give them real close watching. At the risk of a slightly boring story, this was on a road where I had a kiwi fruit orchard, and the kiwi fruit, before you could export, if there was a spot of dust on it, you couldn't get rid of it. But if it had no dust on it, it was worth a lot of money. And so we oil sprayed the road, which when no one was looking, and we checked the fruit afterwards, and there was no dust. And also there was no oil. So it wasn't in the atmosphere, and it wasn't in the creek because it stuck. It formed a new thing. And so can we sometimes go back to maybe use what your tools are to try, as well as check on how well things are going, just give them better solutions to the problem. Nobody really wants to do their earthworks and have sediment going into the stream. I don't think that's not good advert for what you want, so that people don't want to do what you're finding them for. But we've got limited tools, and sometimes we limit them for reasons which are not actually justifiable. So that's just a few thoughts. But overall, I support what you're doing. It's nice to see some fresh thinking. Is that right? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mayor. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. That's a good lead in, Mr. Mayor. If you want to borrow an oil spreader, I've still got one at home on the back of the tractor. And I used to do Watapu Road, and there was still inunga in the creek, and all the trees were still there, and it worked really well. I'll go back to where I was coming from. So the rules that we're applying, so the visibility from the satellites is still going to apply the same rules. Correct? That's just like the rules haven't changed. No. So are those rules risk adjusted? In other words, between summer and winter, do you have a change in policy for your sediment control between summer and winter?
No, those sediment control rules are the same all year round. And I mean, to be honest, we see situations in Auckland even in summer, March. We've had, I think back a few years ago to Long Bay, they got hammered 1 week after another with 2 cyclones back to back. So that effectively was in the summer earthwork season. So I think with climate change, there's a little bit of a danger of sort of saying, it's a summer season and a winter season.
Okay, but what I'm trying to do is there has to be a cost-benefit analysis. We can't just say at any cost, because we're facing that across our society, I think. Going back to the Mayor's comments, and I was going to ask about Watapu Road. I remember seeing you in a car out there only a couple of months ago. I'm sure I saw a council car go past, no? And I saw someone out there, and every time a council car goes past, the locals go, what the hell are they doing? So, you were, anyone who's visited Watapu Road, it's our management of the road. It's our loss of, there's only one place that the sediment can be coming from in the Watapu stream, and that's off the road, correct?
It comes from 2 sources, actually. It does come off the road, but it's also coming from upstream, slowly, as after Cyclone Gabrielle, there's been lots of little slips all the way along, and some of the banks do generally collapse in depending on other storms that come through. So there is a signal coming from upstream, but there is a signal coming from the road as well. So there's 2 sources.
That signal's nothing that's a natural signal, correct? Yeah, okay. So we started off this talking about this satellite view, machine learning. That wouldn't work on Watapu Road. Like what's it going to see on there that's going to tell you anything? And so I extrapolate that to all our rural roads, both sealed and unsealed, which have these drainage issues and runoff issues. So what use is the satellite imagery when it comes to these road issues?
It's more challenging in the Whatupu area for the satellite imagery to pick up those smaller scale changes that you see by the side of the road. So you wouldn't necessarily use that tool for that occasion. But what you can do is, if you get a high resolution image, you can see where sediments are being deposited. So you can find them maybe further down into the wetland area. So we know that downstream site is a depositional area. But in other parts of the region, the satellite imagery is really good at picking up areas where there is bare earth. And also, if we can get them more frequently, you'll be able to identify potentially where sediments are coming from. But in your case, in Whatupu, it might not be the best tool.
Okay, thank you. I go back to the Mayor's comment again. It's about people learning as well as machine learning. we used to maintain those roads better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferry, and we'll try hopefully move to debate after Councillor Ferry.
Yeah, kia ora. I just had one question, which was in relation to some legislation that we heard about yesterday around the water services and its interaction with the stormwater network management plan stuff. And it seems to me there's some potential for overlap here in terms of that potentially applying around private water courses and the impact here on sediment control. For example, you've got here some measures around planting out riparian, great. However, if we're saying to private landowners, you need to manage when something blocks the stream from a stormwater perspective, there could be a bit of unintended consequences here, where we want them to plant it out, but they may say, oh, if I plant it out, there becomes a risk that it falls into the stream and blocks it from a stormwater perspective. So I guess I was just looking for a bit of reassurance, really, that your two teams are talking to each other in this space and thinking about how to make sure that these things work together.
Excellent question. In the sense that, yes, this is a challenge, and there are different drivers for different bits of legislation in terms of what someone should focus on. And so with the water service strategy that's being developed for stormwater in the urban area, that will differ from how we look at things in the rural area. And of course we'll be thinking about this in terms of how we manage land uses and the land use plan and in the regional spatial plan through the combined plan as well. So there's a lot of interaction here from a policy perspective, and what we've focused on over the last year is mainly sort of supporting our licensing compliance area, but there will be, I think, a need for us to think very much about how we look at our policy and our planning areas respectively, and actually ask how are those things speaking together, because you've got your water services strategy expected next year as well as your regional spatial plan. So, these things are going to have to speak to each other. There will be tension, and I think it's appropriate for you as councillors to question that, and I would encourage you to do so when you get the respective parties coming to you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watson, are you wanting to speak, or you got a question? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just get you to step back from the table. Thank you very much for all the work. Right, Councillor Watson.
Really appreciate all the work that's been done in this field. It is really important, and in many parts of Auckland, the communities have been concerned now for a long time about the extent of sedimentation, and certainly I've become aware in the Long Bay Okura Marine Park. I mean, it's meant to have the highest level of protection, yet the extent of sedimentation, particularly up the Okura estuary over the years, is really stark. So any advancement is really appreciated, because for many years it's been a bit like the Wild West, where some of the developers have got away with murder, really, in terms of what's gone into the receiving environment, and also the kind of inadequacy of fines. But I did just want to very quickly take this time to reiterate a number of the points that have come through from people within the community and organisations who have, it's not just sort of anecdotal observations. These people in the past have funded their own surveys of sedimentation from experts in the field too. So I feel it contingent upon me just to perhaps make a couple of these points that I think are worthy of note. I know Dave has mentioned them, and he's certainly onto it, but they are important. And the first one goes to the notion of erosion control and how that should be a real focus area. Making compliance more about erosion, it's much easier to do in the first place, and certainly easier to police than sediment control, which, as we have seen today, can be quite complex and prone to failure increasingly in this climate change era. By contrast, covered soil, that soil that's stabilised, produces no sediment, and it's easy to police and cheap to do. So very easily, adequate consent conditions that go to the duration of exposed earth are highly desirable. Some sites we see round the left uncovered for months and months, in some cases for years and years. So simply soil that's unworked for X number of days really should be covered. Sediment retention, I think the analogy drawn during the questioning is in some ways the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, where erosion control is at the very top of the cliff, and erosion, after all, is the cause of the sediment. So catching sediment, is difficult and challenging. We see that particularly in some of these big sites around Auckland. So whereas that's difficult, stopping erosion is very straightforward. Reduces the time the soil is exposed, and particularly in these smaller sites that we've heard a bit about in the past, where it's not a big expense to cover sites that are relatively small with rock or tarpaulin or any other number of things. But really, again, those consent conditions is where the easy fix is, and I think in amongst the good work that's been going on with the team there, if we can make a real play for focusing in on that consent part of ensuring erosion control, that's going to be by far and away the quickest and most practical response, rather than kind of quite complex monitoring downstream when the sediment's already there. So that's the points I wanted to make, Mr. Chair. Pleased to see progress, but really want to see that kind of practical outcome, which to me seems to be pretty obvious on the ground.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Yeah, thank you, and I agree with everything Councillor Watson's just said. I just wanted to add to it, though, that one measure doesn't fit all. We've had quite a broad discussion here about the issues that are trying to be monitored and addressed. And the other thing I'd say is our tools to measure may be getting more sophisticated, but that doesn't mean the remedy has to be more sophisticated. Sometimes those old actions and old understandings are every bit as good as more academic sort of considerations. So I'm just concerned that I want to see the outcomes that everyone's looking for, but we've got to make sure we don't have consequential outcomes that we never saw coming. And so by that I mean unnecessary cost on the people having to satisfy these rules, because a lot of this is going to be back on council. We've got a lot of exposure in this area, especially in our roading networks, both sealed and unsealed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Short. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was...
That was all good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a really positive step forward in the way of sediment monitoring. And coming from the Hibiscus and Bays Local Board, this has been a real hot topic for us and something that we had been advocating and working on for a really long time. And I'm also really pleased to see currently in their annual plan proposal that they are also advocating for stronger monitoring of activities that cause sediment runoff and for stronger penalties for those who knowingly cause harm. So, yeah, I'm also really pleased that you guys are also actively working with some of our key stakeholders in the East Coast Bays. And yeah, I'm all for more tools in the kitty. And I think it's great that we're using technology to help us monitor and obviously do the work. So yeah, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor, thank you. And yeah, just once again, thank you to the team. The Close the Gaps has been an amazing initiative, and, you know, seeing the change over time of sometimes it's people just not knowing the rules, and we try our best to work with those people. Other times it's people flaunting the rules, and we deal with that in a different way. So I think the graduated approach is working, but more tools is great. Great to see that monitoring the Whatapu stream and how we can do that in other areas, and a lot of areas and groups are calling for this type of work and type of support. And I've been to and seen the modelling of that amazing satellite imagery, and seeing, you know, a couple months and actually being able to zero in, and the AI computing tool zeroes on a change. And sometimes that change is consented and it's fine, we just tick that off. Other times it's someone doing some pretty significant earthworks with no consent at all and no acknowledgement of the controls, and just being able to see that without having to drive across the city immediately to try and find those instances. So I think this is a really good thing. It's going to be good for our harbours. It's good to help developers, neighbours, community groups, and people who want to improve our waterways. So all those in favour? Any opposed? Awesome, thank you very much. And now we move to the next item. 8.3, we've got the unitary plan proposed Wynyard precinct plan change. We've got a number of staff coming up. I'm happy to move what's there. There's seconder. Councillor, was that Sayers or Baker? Sayers, would you like to second? Sorry, I saw a hand before I heard the voice. The only thing is that the Mayor asked to be on that, before he left, he asked if he could be on the delegated authority, so he put him in there. Kia ora, who would like to go first?
Kia ora, yes. I just introduced my team, so it's Vrinda Mohe from the AUDO, Sarah Wong, who's the lead planner on this plan change, Giles Bendel from the AUDO, and myself from Planning and Resource Consents. We just wanted to say thank you for the workshop and the really useful questions we got, and I'm going to pass over to Sarah and Giles to run through a quick presentation, and then we can take some questions.
Thank you. I'm just going to very briefly, before we kind of talked about plan changes, just take you through a couple of slides, really just as a bit of a reminder of how much has changed down there. Because it's always, you kind of forget how much it's changed under a relatively short period of time. So this image here is, that's Wynyard Quarter looking southwest. So you've got Westhaven Marina in the top right, and Victoria Park in the top left. And it's just a good illustration that all of that you see there is reclaimed land, including Victoria Park. And it's been reclaimed, so it's almost a kilometre out into the Waitemata. And that's been reclaimed with fairly contaminated fill from all sorts over many decades, since the 1900s. And then, as you can see on that image, the type of use has been industrial use that have been supporting the city for a number of years. And it was since about 2000, there was a lot of planning work involved of changing that industrial use into much more of a mixed use. So in the early 2000s, lots of planning work done, set the vision. Councillor Lee would have been involved in that with ARC and this Auckland City Council at the time. And it was really around 2011 when we had the Rugby World Cup was the catalyst for major transformation. That's where council started investing into the location directly. That's where we saw Jellicoe Street developed, North Wharf developed and leased out, and Silo Park developed as a new park. And all of that created a new destination for the city centre, which has been highly successful since that time. Since then, over the last decade, that transformation has continued. So we've been partnering up with a range of different developers. We've had Fuwa that have developed the Hyatt Hotel. Willis Bond have been working very hard on the residential side, so they built the first residential building down there, and the first person moved in 2017. We've now got over 300 apartments down there, hopefully getting up to about 1,000 now this gets built out. Precinct Properties have been working very hard in the commercial sector, building the Wynyard Central, and last year they opened up the new office of Becker, which brought quite a few people down, as quite fundamentally changed the energy down there as we build that out and get more people down there. And at the same time, Council has been investing in a lot of infrastructure in terms of the pump station, developing streets, which is dealing with some of the stormwater, new parks like Dawdy Street, Amy Dawdy Park, and extending Silo Park. Also at the same time, we've been protecting the heritage, so the Voss Shed was restored, and also working with Orams and other marine industry to make sure that activity still carries on. So going back to that same picture or same angle as I showed you in the 1960s, this is jumping forward to last year, and you can see it's fundamentally different to what it was before, from the industrial to a mixed use. That's quite a remarkable transformation under a relatively short amount of time. So you can see here the central area is built out, the area to the right, which is the northern part of a new quarter, all the tank farm was cleared out about 2020 for the America's Cup when that came to town. But what we do have is still a lot to go. So we sort of say we're about 15 years into the regeneration program. We've probably got around about another 15 years to go. So sort of halfway, about 2 development cycles. As you can see on that image, there is quite a lot of land left over, both in the central area, VHHL, as well as council land, and all the northern portion. So what we're here today is really setting up that next stage, the next development, and making sure we've got the plan change correct going forward. So I'll hand over to Sarah, who can just flick through some of the slides you would have seen in the workshop, and it's just a condensed version.
Cool. So you may remember that in February we came to the committee to get a resolution to start the works. So I'll just run through kind of what we've done since. So we looked at the key constraints and issues within the precinct. And so some of the issues that we've identified were that the precinct has complex set of provisions, the exit of most hazardous facilities within the precinct, some outdated provisions relating to hazardous industries and integrated development plans, and the shape and alignment of development sites on Wynyard Point and the Headland Park. And with regards to Wynyard Point, we are looking to realign development sites here, from the triangles to the rectangles in the image. The plan change will optimize development shape, and it will not result in any loss of development potential or open spaces. That just remains the same. And through the plan change seeks to enable this through alterations to designations. There are no changes to the underlying zone, and the precinct provisions will be amended to reflect this. So in terms of heights, the plan change does build on the following objectives, which is to deliver high quality built form outcomes consistent with the original vision for Wynyard Precinct, simplify the Wynyard Precinct provisions, and create some additional opportunities for development. So we are proposing to do this through increasing building heights. So within the core parts of the precinct, heights will be increased from 31 metres up to about 45. And this will be heights will also be increased on select market building sites within the precinct. There are no changes to sites within like the outer edges towards the coast of the precinct. We are also looking to replace the floor area ratio provisions within the precinct. This kind of aligns with how things have gone within the city centre zone, where through Precinct 78 this was removed. And we are proposing to introduce building setbacks from the street in replacement of these. We are also looking to retain and strengthen other development standards and design assessment matters and objectives and policies within the precinct. And these are just the height controls within the precinct. The orange shows what's currently within the Auckland Unitary Plan. The white shows development that's been consented within the precinct. You may see that a number of these have exceeded the heights that are permitted within the plan. And these are the heights that we're proposing within the precinct. So they would range between 31 to 45 metres, and on select market building sites, then those would be increased further up to about 80. We are also looking to go out for consultation with iwi, engagement with the Waitemata local board and key stakeholders such as owners and occupiers and businesses within Wynyard Precinct. So the plan change, we are proposing to take these in terms of, and discuss and get feedback on amendments to built form standards and changes to heights, and also changes in relation to hazardous industry provisions, the temporary activities provisions in the precinct, and also requirements in relation to marine industry and marine retail, though that is also subject to further analysis work. So the February resolution, it enabled us to do a plan change within the northern area, and you may have noticed that VHR have a plan change to the southern area. So in terms of how these plan changes align, we have been in discussions with VHR just to see what the effects and interface between the two plan changes would be, and what the impacts on the precinct overall would be if, say, one of them was to introduce changes to the objectives and policies. And so we have kind of come up with a solution, or recommend option, which is to initiate a single plan change for the entire precinct, and that would just cover both, the extent of both plan changes. And through our options analysis, we did discover that this will be a more efficient and less complicated process. There will be lower costs in terms of council costs for plan making, hearings, and expert input. And there will also be a better alignment with the Auckland Unitary Plan provisions and built form outcomes. In terms of the proposed timeline, we are seeking the resolution from the committee today. And following this, we will be carrying out stakeholder engagement with iwi, the Waitemata local board, and key stakeholders. We are also preparing our plan stop to put in a request to the Minister for the Environment. And if that gets approved, we are looking to notify the plan change towards the end of the year. And happy to take questions.
Kia ora, thank you so much. And remember, we did have quite a good discussion in the workshop, lots of questions, I thought, and feedback, but I know there will still be partai to the team now. Member Wilson.
Thank you, and it was really, really helpful being part of the workshop as well. Look, my partai relates to the MIS, Māori Impact Statement, on the report. And literally it says, as it does for local board as well, there is none. Now, my partai is this: given that mana whenua iwi, specifically in that area, have been involved in every aspect and have been responsible also alongside Auckland Council for many awards as it relates, it seems devoid of anything at all. So can you tell me please if AUDO still holds a very collaborative relationship with mana whenua as has done when it was Eke Pānuku, or part of Eke Pānuku was part of it? Can you tell me if that still exists?
Yes, very much so. So this probably separate to the plan change. So our relationship with mana whenua and iwi, we have the forum that we regularly go to when we take development sites out to the market. Part of the assessment criteria is what they offer with iwi partnerships, either commercial or cultural overlays, and then also, as you alluded to, we work directly with iwi on our development, our own capital investment, so parks, streets, and other things. So there's quite a few different approaches and levers that we still have, and that will continue.
My second partai relates to the putting together a governance forum at AUDO. in terms of kōrero with, at a governance level, mana whenua. So my pātai is this: has this ever come up on the agenda, given that they're operating in other projects in that area? Has this come up or been notified at all?
Yeah, probably, I'm not too sure. I suspect it would have been flagged, but I would have to double check on that and I can get back to you.
I guess probably not if there's no understanding. So I'm wanting to understand, please, why in this case, in terms of this plan change, other than the fact that it's not council on its own, it is alongside, potentially, if that was voted in as being the appropriate option, why there wouldn't be some consideration of headlining it as opposed to waiting until it's an appropriate time, given there'll be regular consultation, as you're aware, with mana whenua entities, and understanding it's a plan change. I understand all those aspects.
Yeah, I can answer that. So yes, so we haven't at this point in time started those interactions with iwi and mana whenua, mainly because we have still been working out exactly what the extent of the plan change will be. So we've had VHHL who lodged a private plan change, and we got a resolution from the committee to look at doing a plan change for the portion of the land that was owned by council. In looking at all of this, we've come to the conclusion that it would be better to do it as a whole precinct review. And so definitely we will be going to carry out all that consultation and engagement with iwi once we know what the extent of our plan change will be, and also so we can start to work out what it is we put into the application to the minister to get exemption for this plan change. But no, we haven't done anything yet, but we will be.
Okay, so another pātai is, if that's the anticipated once more is known about the plan change, what is the means by which the engagement will commence, so it's significantly obvious as to when it's going to take place?
Kia ora, we are just working through the engagement strategy, but the idea is for AUDO to host a forum like we used to and run all the parts of this plan change along with individual feedback from iwi mana whenua if that's required as a follow-up. But the idea is to start now and work all the way to notification, not just at that plan stop exemption process.
Thank you. And lastly, just to us, so I'm taking it to mean there has been no consultation whatsoever at this stage with mana whenua.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wilson. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I was online for the workshop and I remember looking this up while you were talking on there. I just went on to the natural hazard GIS and, you know, it's got that whole area there, you know, it's right beside, it's right there on the foreshore, and that whole area there has got a light blue over it, which is high tide, 2 metre sea level rise combination. It's all gone. If that was the private sector trying to get resource consent for there, there'd be a whole bunch of. Have they satisfied? Or have we satisfied ourselves that this is that this has been mitigated?
I guess in the Auckland Unitary Plan there are provisions to manage coastal inundation for that area. So any new building, whether it's like private or council putting it in, they would have to assess against those provisions and design accordingly.
So in other words, over time, if this gets done, we will defend it against any sea level rise. Is that right? Is that what you?
Yeah, they would have to design the building to manage sea level rise effects.
From the beginning?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the development down there will be private and they will have to apply. This is a plan change, but the provisions through a consent of a building would have to be considered at the time. Yeah. Councillor Short.
Thank you. Just excuse my ignorance and not knowing a lot about this, but have we requested plan stops before from the minister, and what is our success rate with that, and what is our plan B if it's not successful?
Yes, so we have done a number of applications for plan stop. We have had some declined and we have had some accepted. There is still some waiting for the Minister to give us a decision. If he declines, then we won't be going forward with the plan change until such time as we can do it through a different process, because there's a time limit to the plan stop applications. Once the RMA is reviewed, there will be an opportunity later for us to do this work, but at a later stage.
Thank you.
And just so I think it'll be mid next year, I think the plan stop process stops anyway, so we would start again then. The other thing is that because part of this component is private plan changes don't have to do plan stops, we assume they will look kindly on this. And the other thing is the economics. So the government has been leaning into anything that has what they deem as a positive economic outcome. So, but still can stop it. There are no more questions. So, Councillor Lee. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, in terms of stakeholders, would that include the people, the community that lives in the Wynyard Quarter? Because if you go back to the waterfront plan, which is not mentioned anywhere, there are commitments there to creating a community and actually a building form to enhance community and family living. I'll come back to that later. But does that include the people who live in the quarter as stakeholders? Thank you. That's very welcome. The other question is, given the pending change of legislation and given the pending review of the unitary plan, which this is a plan change about, or a plan change to next year, why wouldn't we wait until next year to do it in a joined up, integrated way?
So we could do that. That is an option. But I think there has been a lot of changes within the precinct over time. We have got a private plan change that is pushing on hold at this point in time. We also, through Plan Change 78, Eki Panuku, as the AUDO was previously, did put in submissions and to make changes within the precinct in order to get the development outcomes that are needed for this area to enhance it and get the development going. That was declined through the panel. They said that it required a plan change, that it wasn't within the scope of Plan Change 78. So it needed to come through a separate plan change. So we've been working on this to see whether or not this is a good thing to do, and we believe we should carry on with it and move forward, and it can also be rolled over into any future plans that happen with the unitary plan.
Yes, it's still not really, I still don't find that convincing, given that the landlord that we propose to advance our plan change with, Viaduct Harbour Holdings over their area, and which we propose to integrate with, has put their plan change on hold. And everyone would know that Viaduct Harbour Holdings is a very commercial entity. I won't go anything further about that, but the first generation of that company was so, and I hear that the present generation is even more so commercially minded. So they've put nevertheless, they have commercial imperatives as a private company to their shareholders, but we are answerable to the wider public, and we know from the waterfront plan the people of Auckland have clear views about how they would like to see the Wynyard Quarter and Wynyard Point area developed, if Viaduct Harbour Holdings, Tramco, is putting their plan change on hold, it seems odd that we are pushing forward and actually assisting them with our own plan change. And unfortunately, our plan change seems to be very commercially oriented rather than the more people focus of the waterfront plan. So I find that answer that we can't put it on hold for a few more months so we can have a joined up look at this with the rest of the unitary plan.
So they've put it on hold pending the outcome of the work that we are doing. If we don't move ahead with ours, they will move ahead with theirs. So they've only put it on temporarily, and it would be much more efficient and cost effective if we could look at the whole precinct and get a better outcome by not having one plan change moving ahead, changing some of the objectives and policies, changing some of the outcomes for the area that then we have to respond to through a submission process rather than looking at as a whole and complete plan change.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Well, there's no other questions, so I'll just get you all to step back. Thank you very much. I have no speakers at the moment, so I'm happy to... Councillor Lee.
Thank you. As was mentioned in the introduction, the Wynyard Quarter was a special project of the Auckland Regional Council with the Legacy Auckland City Council because the Wynyard Quarter drew such a high level of public interest, and there were campaigns in the New Zealand Herald and so on that this was a special area and need to be done in a different way with design excellence and in a way that created something new and different on the waterfront because of its special heritage and its locale by our beautiful Waimata Harbour. So there was a huge amount of public interest, and that led to a waterfront vision of 2005, and the Auckland Council, the new Auckland Council, with its waterfront plan of 2014. And the key aspect of that plan did relate to buildings, and the style and built form was deliberately meant to be different from the usual urban type of development that Auckland had undertaken in the city centre, such as Hobson Street, for instance, and Nelson Street. It was meant to be sympathetic to the environment and also to acknowledge the importance of not only the special character buildings in the Wynyard Quarter, but the special character of the whole area. And it's concerning that nowhere in the report is there any mention of this waterfront plan with its visionary commitments, nor is there any mention at all of special character. Nowhere at all. All we're talking about here, and it looks like we could have had reproducing a mirror image of what Viaduct Harbour Holdings would like to do, bump up the height of its buildings for commercial purposes. You would expect that from a commercial company, especially of a company of that nature. But we ourselves have public commitments to the people of Auckland that we wouldn't be going in for maximising the height of buildings, we would be, I have the wording here somewhere, looking at creating a development, an urban renewal, which would encourage affordable housing and housing for families, and creating a waterfront community. And it seems to me that we have quietly, without any mention of it, hoping people will forget, resiled from those commitments, those promises that were the outcome of a massive amount of submissions over quite a few years, and we've gone for the normal high-rise. And in terms of the commitments for plentiful open space, we have actually cribbed, for some reason, cribbed land from the proposed headland park, and we've boosted up the height of the buildings. Some of them are already above what was meant to be consented, or what was originally allowed for, to an even higher increased height. So I just find this extremely disappointing. Here was an opportunity that had the full support, overwhelming support of a whole massive number of Aucklanders. And we've just gone down, we're going to create a high-rise environment, sterile, which will not be enabling for family living, certainly not for affordable housing, for something that's just aridly commercial. So here's the wording in the Auckland plan, and the contrast we have between the Auckland plan and the city centre master plan is quite striking. You can't do anything about the city centre without people saying it's in the city centre master plan. I just want to be able to read this, just a brief excerpt about where we were meant to be. The provision of reasonably high levels of affordable housing throughout large-scale urban regeneration projects located within or adjacent to market price housing is common internationally, unless there is some kind of intervention to encourage the provision of larger, more family-sized, affordable accommodation and affordable accommodation in general, the market is likely to deliver a majority of prestigious apartments, the price being driven by location, aspect, size, number of car parks, and quality of fit-out. Waterfront Auckland will work with Auckland Council and other stakeholders to find ways to ensure that the Wynyard Quarter provides for a greater diversity of household types than other parts of the waterfront, while the Auckland Plan provides policy support for increasing housing affordability and the supply of housing. There's no regulatory and limiting function support in this area. So that's where we were. That's what I'm concerned about. So I'll leave it at that. Just one more point. It's a technical point, a legal point, if you will. That relates to our conflict of interest policy, which is obviously very important. In terms of the delegations, I would seek some legal advice about the propriety of the Mayor, Wayne Brown, being involved in this, given the scale of election donations particularly from Wynyard Quarter and Viaduct Harbour Holdings. We have to walk the talk when it comes to ethics, and I would suggest that at least we get some independent advice on that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think under standing orders, it's up to members to recognise their conflicts of interest, and I'm sure that will be of the Mayor as well. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed?
Yes. Against. Opposed.
Thank you. Councillor Lee and Councillor Turner would like to record their opposition. Thank you very much. And now we'll move to, I know that Andy is keen to move the next three items in one go. And I'll second. If there are any questions on the three other, what are they, procedural items, please let me know now. Otherwise, all those in favour? Any opposed? No, good. And I'll just close with a karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia. Kia ora tapinui, kia wātea, kia mama, tinako, te tinana, me te wairoa, I te ara takatu koiare rā I rongo. Whakairea ake ki runga, kia tina. Homie, tai kia. That was a full-on week, but we got through it, and I hope you all have a good week of no committees next week, and probably answer some emails, hopefully see your families. So kia ora everyone, and see you when we're back. Thanks.
Kia ora.